running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances.
been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running. I know. I know.
You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just wanna time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs. signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why.
Let's take our time right now, it's just a vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like up to the fun, will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same, my breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over.
Will you follow me under when I'm crumbling? Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Demons always bother me. I'm leaving, but they follow me. Will you follow me under when I'm crumbling? Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Will you follow me under? Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here.
heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. Of darkness. Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you, it bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life.
Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Bring me to Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me to life. Bring me to life. Stop to my side, try to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up?
With the announcement of ESL 1 Cologne 2020 getting cancelled because of COVID-19, honestly, I was pretty much disappointed because just like every Counter-Strike fan, this event, this tournament, made it happen and become my highlight of the year since 2015.
I've attended every single ESL 1 Cologne event since 2014.
I was extremely sad. Cologne is basically my highlight every year, and missing out on one after 5 years is very disappointing.
ESL Cologne has always been an event where people from all the corners of the world came together to celebrate Counter-Strike or esport in general. However, this year it won't be like that, and it hits me as much as it hits you. Nevertheless, we continue through this pandemic together as a community. Exceptional circumstances require special measures.
One of the craziest moments that I had in ESL 1 Cologne was not only meeting my online friends, but also meeting new people and guys that you would not be expecting to meet in real life, such as this guy over here that is representing a Russian stereotype in CSGO. That was actually one of the funniest moments I had in that tournament. Another great moment was meeting this guy over here, which is one of the first Syrian CSGO players, or I would say one of the first professional CSGO Syrian player.
That's also the best and coolest part about ESL 1 Cologne, is really the community. The people are spread through the whole city. You will meet Counter-Strike people at the arena, but also at the hotel, at bars, and everywhere else. And it's so cool.
Even if I might sound cheesy, but I feel like Cologne is like a big family reunion every year. where you get to meet your friends from all over the world to watch some great Counter-Strike.
Refra for me is really the most iconic player from a Counter-Strike. During the match, I was holding this sign. And the whole NLP team was going nuts. Like they are always pretty strong, but this time they were stronger than else.
5 more out of it. Have to go in through it, and Zeus knows that, fires at it blindly and gets one further. Res gone. He was low HP. So it's not the end of the world. He only had 3 on entry. Boost up late on flower pots. They're looking that direction. Flamey gets one more, but now it's Get Right's time to come alive. Yes! He's done it so many times. It might be the last, but he's going to go in style as he gets electronic as well. And an ace on the card. Boom, it's trying to work back in from CT.
I played this game for 20 years. You lived and breathed this game for such a long time. It means the world to me to just be standing here. I can't really get out the words that I'm feeling right now, but I'm just super happy to be here still. I didn't know this would be so painful for me, but I'm just very happy that still people are supporting me, supporting NLP.
And the best part was probably after the match. Most of you know the emotional interview that Get Right had after the match. And all of a sudden, Get Right threw his mousepad, and here it is. I was lucky enough to catch it.
ESL Cologne 2015. I got pretty emotional and happy as soon as I watched Team Envious entering the arena. I'm a pretty huge French team fan. And seeing Kenny S, MBK, and Apex entering the arena for the first time ever, for me at least, that was a big moment.
Every Cologne event that I've attended was amazing.
Was that D-Man a last nanosecond kill? And look at the guns. Oh my God. 4 AWPs. Fnatic, they're ready to shoot some ducks as they cross the middle. It's going to be a challenge, and Apex, not in this lifetime. He is destroyed.
It was my very first event I've ever attended. I didn't know a single soul in the whole arena, and it was super easy to meet new people and new friends.
Just the last major, Katowice.
And it also helped that my favorite team, Fnatic, won the final. So to this day, still my favorite.
Kill as well. It's going to be Kenny with a refract grenade on in. Happy's on 6 health. And ladies and gentlemen, it's going to require a miracle and nothing less for Happy to make it out. I don't think there's any chance. Flusher looking to end this. It's going to be a 3rd title for Fnatic. They win a 3rd major championship in Global Offensive.
I cannot wait for ESL Cologne 2021. Seeing the crowd again, seeing the CS community again. I'm counting the days.
Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you,
of Cologne, 4 years of the Langtest, and again, in 2020, again, we gather, not bowing to the circumstance. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike will house another name and potentially a new one. We've got our grand final, ladies and gentlemen, on our final day of ESL 1 Cologne. We put on our fancy clothes, we've got collars, and I've got friends, hopefully. Lauren Pansy Scott, Chatty B, otherwise known as Sponge. Oh, and a bit of a brown, a tan. Lauren, what are we going for? What do we call this?
Oh, I'd say a dark tan.
A dark tan. No, but that video definitely started tugging at my heartstrings. I don't know about you guys. Everyone's got their own Cologne stories, and I think we just saw examples of the fans with their own. But Chad, I'm sure you've got a couple.
Yeah, look, I think for the three of us here, we're all very closely tied to the city, right? We've all lived here at one point in our lives, and you know, for me, Counter-Strike, I got to play in this city. I got to compete in this city. My favorite game of Counter-Strike that I always reference was in this city. And you know, I didn't really realize what we had until it was gone. And watching that video and seeing what it meant to the fans, I know what it meant to me, and I know what it means to my colleagues when we're around in the green room. I know what it looks to the players when I see them either jumping with joy or they're crying after a loss. But just how many people are affected by this, and the fact that we still have the opportunity, though, to put this on here today and people can still watch at home and hopefully we still get some fantastic Counter-Strike, that's the silver lining of all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I think it felt, Cologne's always felt like the celebration of everything we've been trying to achieve for years, right? It's that we're not alone. It's that coming together of very common minds that, you know, we all truly love esports, Counter-Strike, and we get to share that with others. We see it as a norm. We go there, and the highlight that really stood out to me was you could go to the bars, you could go to the, you know, anywhere in Cologne during ESL 1, and you'll find Fnatic shirts, you'll find Virtus Pro fans, and you find real common friendships there, and it felt like that to me. I felt like I was home.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that diverse cast of human beings, all united with the same passion. So, you know, you're completely different to me. You couldn't be any more of a different human than I am, Chad. But we are very close friends because of our passion for Counter-Strike, and I think that spans much further than just this desk.
Yeah, for sure.
We've got many friends. In fact, one I haven't seen in a while. God, it's been a while since I spoke to him, actually.
It's been a moment.
Oh, I composed myself because Lauren got me a bit emotional. Okay. Voice isn't quivering. Now, my friend Olof is on the way. Now, I'm sure you guys are familiar with that boy, that name. My goodness. Hello. Long time no see, Olof. How you doing, man? How you keeping?
I'm doing really good. And yeah, it's been a long time, and I'm very happy to be able to be here. But hi.
Yeah. Now, it's so glad to get to speak to you, and I think it's kind of, you know, we can't have a crowd, we can't do our stage introductions, but we can do something a bit more unique. I mean, we get to have a one-on-one with one of the greatest to ever touch the game. Let's start with an easy one. What does the community and its support mean for you as, you know, Counter-Strike player, and for all of your teammates? You know how it's affected them as well.
I mean, yeah, of course, that means everything for a player, and I think that's why the reason why everyone wants to play, because there's so many people watching, and not to be like ego or something, but you kind of want to be in the spotlight and prove that you are really good at the game and want to show off, right? And then when people tell you that you're really good and support what you're doing and stuff like that, that's just amazing. So yeah, I think that's the main reason why people play today.
I just want to highlight as well for you, you've had, I think, both ends of the spectrum of the fan reactions. I remember 2015, man, you kind of were the bad boys of Counter-Strike, these kind of, you know, young guns almost that came in and were taking down, you know, Virtus Pro that everyone loved. You've had the fans against you and then drastically for you. How does it feel to play in front of that and win these people over through your results?
I mean, of course, that was something we struggled with back in the days in Fnatic, and I think I was actually really close to quitting the game, right? And I mean, that just shows you how much the community means. And after a while, when they started to cheer for us, that was just something amazing and something we were really proud of. And it's just an amazing feeling. And yeah, I don't know more what to say.
No, absolutely. And just the ESL 1 title, I mean, you know, not only just Cologne, but gathering it in ESL 1 does seem to hold, for many players, a degree of prestige.
Yeah, of course. I think that's one of the biggest tournaments you can win. And in my opinion, ESL Cologne should always be a major. It's one of the first big events we ever had and still is one of the biggest events out there. And I think that's something every player should aim to win, and to win there and win a major. I don't think there's many people that have done it, and I'm very, very proud to have done that.
Yeah, dude, it's a very exclusive club. I mean, just the fact that you are one of the select few that got to be standing on the stage as that giant hunk of metal is lifted, there's confetti and 10,000 people are cheering for the way you played the video game. It's nuts. It's actually, it's reality. Let's actually do that. Let's.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I think they were cheering for the other team, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. You know what? Let's actually have a little walk down memory lane, Olof. Do stay with us. We've actually pulled up the clip from, I think it was 2015. I want to double check. Yeah, okay. So let's pull out a 2015 clip and you can kind of reminisce with us because this was it the first graffiti? No, actually, you were responsible for the first one as well. Let's take a look.
Why would they slow down? There's the flash. That's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with the spray down. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it? What a spray down that was.
Apex is trying to stop them, but it's not going to happen. It will be overtime in the first map of the Grand Finals. Sheer confidence from Fnatic, sheer aggression being unanswered by Envious.
And look at the guns, 4 AWPs.
I just think the whole concept of getting that graffiti in the game, it's so cool.
Immortalized in the game. Twice for Olofmeister. I mean, you're kind of nailing it on that front.
You remember that round clearly still, or is it too long ago?
Yeah, I think there's 2 rounds that sticks out to my mind. It's the 1v3 by Crims. I think that was the whole turning point for us. I actually think that round was over. I was starting to think about the next round, but then he clutched it out, and I think everybody got to believe that we can still win this map, and and then of course the 5 snipers in the round. So yeah, I think they removed that graffiti though. I'm kind of
I was sitting there. I was like, he's got 2 in the game where he had 2 in the game. Valve, wake up, please. Final question, Olof, and I don't want to kind of put you on the spot, but what can you tell us about your plans for Counter-Strike going forward?
Oh, I haven't really decided. I got some team offers and stuff like that, but I haven't really decided yet what I want to do, if I want to keep playing or not. And that's my main decision I have to decide, because if I play again, I want to be able to give 110% and be there fully.
No, dude, that's a big decision to make. We actually had Shocks. He was talking about age and how I think Chad asked him about RPK, and his speech, however poetic with his French accent, it was just the idea of it's not about the number, it's about if you're still as passionate as you were when you were a plucky 17-year-old Estonian, as now you're a 30-year-old man who maybe his priorities change. So you just have to take your time and decide whether that passion, that fire is still there. I'm very excited to see you in the server if you do return, Olof. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Much love, brother. Thank you. And that is quite the way to get the party started.
And I really want people to understand how good Olofmeister was at that time. People these days think of, maybe Guardian's high points or Kenny's high points or whoever you may want to go to, Zaiwu, for example. But at that time, before the injuries and maybe the fall off of Fnatic slightly, he was one of the best flat out that anyone had ever seen. He changed the way you looked at the game and what an individual could do. During that event, I think he was the 2nd highest rated, top 3 somewhere, but you see Olofmeister in the server, and suddenly you're terrified.
He's goated.
I think of Cobble. I think of what he achieved in that game. Because I forget, new fans come around, they may not understand that man's legacy. So he is incredibly good during his time.
He would definitely go down as one of the legends of the game, right? And I consider myself very lucky to have got to compete against some of those names, right? And just to get to see how good they could make it look compared to what I was putting out there on the server. Yeah, it was a bit of a pleasure to be on the receiving end of a couple of beatdowns.
So. Oh, let's continue on the road of pleasure, because I've got more for you. Now, we had a competition. I announced it right at the start of 2 weeks ago. My God, it's been a long one.
2 weeks?
It's been 2 weeks already, yeah. But it's the Warsteiner Music Contest where, you know, we've been seeing what the fans have experienced ESL 1 Cologne, but some of you are actually musically talented and video gamers.
Lucky you.
Turns out. We're going to go ahead and have a look at our winning entry. You guys have been casting your votes. So let's kick back and relax to Goldfarb with Carabuza. I'll put this in the gym playlist, Laura. I don't know about you.
I mean, it's going on the Frag Move playlist. I think, you know, different lives here, Alex. But you know, when I'm pretending I'm as good as these guys, I want this song on.
This is the type of music the three of us listen to on the drive home. So you know, they've won our hearts, I suppose.
Yeah, and their name's kind of fun to say. Goldfarb.
Come on, can you give us something special?
Yeah,
Give us a drop going on.
Give us the sync. I want, you know, some like lens flare coming in, some third-person overview sweeping. I'm seeing the Frag movie already.
Fly through vertigo, we're going up and down levels. Ooh, damn. Loving that. Absolutely loving that. And congratulations to Goldfarb for taking that one. You guys casting your votes from the Twitch chat. And I've seen how passionate Twitch chat can get about songs.
Sarah.
As of you. And so we're fully aware of how passionate our fans can be about the music. So it's good to see some of the fans themselves being as popular as Sarah. Maybe not quite as popular. Can't beat the goat. Can't beat the goat. Guys, it's going to be serious business when we come back from our break. It will be heroic and vitality. And we're going to give you everything you need to be equipped for the grand final of ESL 1 Cologne.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th Gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
time. Always talks about all the other guys. Will I ever understand? Without her, it's not fair, I need you back. No more crying at the end, I'll do it again.
ESL 1 Cologne Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, and GGBet.
There's no doubt that we haven't had any easy matches throughout this tournament. Every game has been a tough battle, but I also think that just proves that this run that we're having is not just some kind of like lucky run. It's a miracle run for sure, but it's also very well deserved and very well played throughout the entire way. Vitality has been looking a little bit shaky in the beginning with the defeat to Astralis, but also they have kind of found their form throughout the tournament and they're looking super strong. And as always, have some really good individual players. I think RPK is very underrated. And of course, everybody's talking about ZywOo.
ZywOo's ahead, RPK behind, shots went down.
My God. That's ZywOo taking control of the round, and he's going to get some more as well, folks. Oh. What a kill. ZywOo's got it for you.
It's going to be a rough battle between what maps will be picked and so on. But Vitality has definitely played more best of 5 games than we have, so in that way, they're the favorites. I mean, if you are in for an underdog story, an underdog ride, it's us you should be cheering for. So yeah, let's see.
The beginning of the tournament wasn't easy for us. I mean, the group stage was a bit chaotic between the game against Heretics. Astralis was a total disaster. We didn't play that good against FaZe. But after that Astralis game, everything much better and better and better. Overall, we did a great job to get better after each game, and that's the main important for us. Heretics have been surprising me a lot since they have this roster. Like everyone is really stepping up, everyone in the team are really good. Their individual are really on point, and I feel like they are all at the best level they've ever been.
Tess is getting closed in on, does find the first, Hunter's gone! Gets another, head off of Amanek, maybe Tessus can do it, he does it!
We have like 3 really experienced players with one who is already really experienced as individual, which is ZywOo obviously. I guess that's the best thing we have against them. If all the 3 ships are together, I feel like, yeah, we can beat them on that way.
And there it is, Heroic versus Vitality, preparation versus controlled chaos, and it's grand finals. The head-to-head does read accordingly with Cadian's words, the underdogs, but these Danish underdogs have got damn sharp teeth.
Yeah, and look, this clash of styles that we're getting here today in the server, it's quite clear. Now, in a crass way, in a very broad strokes way of putting it, when you look at Vitality, they will just beat you into submission through their star player, Zywoo, the highest rated in the tournament so far, and Shox, the old star. He's back, 4th highest rated player in the tournament. And then you look at the other side of things against Heroic, it's a team effort. The highest rated player for them is Tessa's coming in at number 10, just squeaking on in. And then the rest of them, you have Stown, well, he's outside the top 20. So you can see, and we heard from Cadian yesterday in the post-game interview, there's no real star, but everybody here is a solid fragger. We call them a safe pair of hands, but as a unit, Heroic always have an answer, and that's one of the most exciting things about this team.
You say that, but how are you meant to predict where Lightning's going to strike when you look at Vitality? These guys have those moments, they play a good game, but then bam, you've got a Shox, bam, you've got Zywoo. Oh wait, Apex is opened up. No, RPK is going to clutch it out. Yeah. It's so hard to predict these boys. They have such a volatile approach.
And what's beautiful is that I think both of these teams have a developing story of thriving and rising to the circumstance. They lost their in-game leader. They had a fragging in-game leader who was British, just to be even more spicy, and then he decided he couldn't cut it, didn't want to be here, leaves the organization, and they don't fall apart. How many times have we seen the head of the snake removed and it writhes around awkwardly for a while? It wasn't really the case.
Yeah. Look, when in the beginning and I heard this change of roster and Apex was coming in as the in-game leader, I wasn't believing in it, right? And that's because I know what type of player Apex is. I had the opportunity to play against him and know what it's like when he's running at you, taking space as an entry fragger, highly emotional as well. One of the most emotional players that you'll see within the server, and you'll see that today with his reactions. But he's been able to turn that emotion into a positive for the team. They're playing more in flux. They're breaking that meta that I talk of. And if I go into a little bit more detail, Alex, their aggression, there's a method to it. They all understand it. Just the players they're playing against don't.
Yeah, precisely. And this was something that this was a seed you planted when we watched their previous semi-final. It's just talking about the fact that this is Apex leading with the information he was previously working with as an entry fragger role. But it's not just that. Instead of one player seeing the gap and identifying it, it's the in-game leader and a whole team exploiting the gaps that he's finding in his fact-finding mission.
He's setting the tone, right? And if he goes in there and finds an opening and then gives room for Shox, RPK, obviously Masuda showing up as well, and then Zywoo, those individuals, if they can take space, their aim is well and truly on point, right? While we've got the Heroic highlights on screen, if we flip the script and we look at the other side of things, Cadian is another name that everybody will remember, right? But he's also had trials and tribulations in his career. Now he is the veteran of this squad, and saying that, right, it makes sense when you look at how long he's been playing for, but in terms of, you know, quality of tournament wins and that kind of stuff, Cadian has never really been able to crack into an event like this, and he has a team now behind them who are all under that same level of pressure. So if we want to break this down and we really want to post the underdog story, Heroic are. This is a best-of-5 grand final with youngsters who have never been in an S-tier grand final.
Yeah, and then I'll add some more into the mix, whereas you've also got a 6th man behind the Heroic roster who is starting to have the tools he requires in order to really demonstrate his read on a game he's dedicated his life to. Hunden is who I'm referring to. Now, this is a player whose notorious statistics often held him back. However, was always regarded as someone that could, A, find new young talent in the Danish scene and nurture that to great success. But now, not only that, but he can sit there, strategize, anti-strat, and he can have 5 very safe fingers on that fist for his knockout blow.
I mean, he's so close to the game still as well. We were discussing this. There's not many other coaches out there right now who have been so close to being in the game still, so relevant to it. He knows what it feels like to play against these teams that very much, you know, almost
first-hand knowledge, right?
Exactly. It's just so close to you. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to pour over the demos as much because you know the feeling of how they succeed. And I'm sure he does both anyway. So I think he's an incredible man to come up with this, and he has the perfect time to show what he can achieve now.
They've been making some fantastic plays, Heroic, and I'm sure you've got something bottled up in your little bag of tricks.
We're going to use Refrag, Alex. I need to sit down. I brought my setup from home here today, because once I get in the server, I got a couple things I got to show off.
I mean, you're going to be doing some movement?
All right, first things first. Let's pop this up on the screen so I can show off my skins for everybody.
Getting hot
right.
in this jacket.
Is everyone having a little bit of a gander? Is it coming up? I want to show. I'm looking. I'm peering my little head over. Well, I thought.
You got gloves?
I thought they were going to show you guys. I'm not.
Here it is.
Okay, this is my knife. You know, I always talk about my skins. I like.
You got a name for it?
No, I don't. There's my lovely M4.
That's the pretty one. Okay.
And then the Deagle, right? Look at the beautiful Deagle. But that's not the point. That's not why we're here. We're using Refrag. We're using Restrat. So what I want to do is show you guys one of these rounds. And this was actually on Vertigo. This was Heroic hitting the B bomb site. They were getting shut down when they were heading over towards A, right? So they had to, against G2, head over towards B. I have to lean real forward here to see the screen. But I'm just doing a bit of a jiggle peek, you know, what Nexo or somebody would do here. And I want to show you just how overwhelming this execute can be. So I've set the bots to a pro level, and they're not bots. It's actually Heroic running their strategy. So any second now, if I've done this right, some flashes should be coming in. There we are. So I got to drop back. I'm blind. I'm completely flashed. I'm still coming back. Am I alive? I'm dead, right? Nico's entry fragged into that site. So we can actually run this one back here, and I can open this up. I can go to my versus settings, and I can make it so that the bots, right, they shouldn't shoot me. So now we're going to get an opportunity to see what happens when they run on through the site.
Okay.
So if I've done this correctly.
Can you bait on quad for this round, Chad?
But they're not going to shoot at me here. So what I want to do is I want to show you like the setup for this, right? So you're going to see them coming on through. They're not shooting me, see, because I'm in the sky. So now they're coming up, they're setting up their nades and flashes, and I want to show you just the flight paths and how difficult it is. So I have to turn away from their flashes right here while they're coming in, otherwise I will be blind. So they're focusing on the site. There's a molly here to push them back, and then Nico actually pushes forward here. More Molotovs to cut off the rotation, a smoke here to cover off the left side of Jenny, and then once they get the bomb down, they continue to Molotov deep. Now, if you guys actually want to try this at home, you can, because if you head over to esl.gg/free refrag, it's free at the moment. Check this out as well. They're doing a boost as well. I know you guys like this. This was real nerdy over the top. And this is just one of the rounds here that I wanted to highlight from Heroic on Vertigo, because there is a chance it gets played today. I know it's Vitality's best, well, it's the map they're undefeated on at the moment. So there is a chance that Heroic ban it, but I think they might take the risk because it's more strategic.
Okay, well, get your thinking caps on. Let's get some answers to that question. Let's do it. Let's start that veto process. So already, Vertigo, undefeated for Vitality.
Yeah, and look, the reason I'm leaning in the direction that Heroic might ban something else is purely because if they play Dust 2, that's a map that they got run over last time they played, right? So Dust 2 will be banned from Heroic. I like that. They're taking one of the scrimmiest maps or the most aggressive maps that you can have out of the pool, individually based maps gone. And it should be Train here. Vitality will be getting rid of that. I can guarantee you. We don't even need to wait for that bad boy to show on up.
There you go.
But now it's the pick order. So Heroic actually have the opportunity to pick first here. And when these guys played in that best of 3 in the summer RMR event, it was the upper bracket. Dust 2 was the first map. They got beaten 16-5. But Heroic picked Mirage and they won that one 16-10. So I have a feeling they'll pick into that one here again. And now I don't know where Vitality want to take it. They can go for an overpass punish. It is a map that Heroic play. Okay, into Inferno. Now, that's actually a pretty good map for Heroic right there. I'm surprised they didn't go for Vertigo or an overpass. Still, okay, so maybe now...
run.
That's a great Heroic map. We've been singing the praises on Nuke, and they've gone with overpass instead of Vertigo. So Vertigo will be coming through as the final map here of the best of 5. But as we always say with the best of 5, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So...
I mean, they're marathon runners already after that, last game that Heroic played. How many OTs, all the maps, all the way. I mean, they've got endurance, but this is a different opponent, different team to be doing that against.
Here's a cool stat I saw someone dig into, but that Heroic game you're referring to, each map had an average round of 33, and that last map was a stomp. So just work it out.
The length.
Yeah, that's just the sheer length, and that was a best of 3. So with Heroic getting that close to pull it across the line, it's going to be potentially a very long day here for our best of 5 grand finals. And indeed, it is time to get those grand finals started. Five potential maps, a best of 5 grand final, and the first round of play, the first of potentially over 100. My God, let's get it started. It's Machine, Pansy, and Sponge in the booth. And we have got Vitality starting off on that left-hand side of your screens. They'll be defending here on Mirage, and to attack is the Danes. They're known for their strategy, well executed, coordinated, and it seems like already they're up to their usual tricks. They're faking a B all in.
Well, that's a beautiful picture they're painting, but no one's fully fallen for it. RPK stands quite stoic in nature, does get removed, but here comes the real hit. Out of Palace they go. Shox with one, but it's Apex through Connector who's made a big difference.
Really loved watching Tessus' development as a player. He has hit a real spike, and he's actually trying to run over to B with Borup's info. He called it clear. Zai were trying to rotate through the
Chasing.
under, and ooh, okay. This is very powerful position for Nico here. Element of surprise is going to be important.
Double pump?
Yeah,
They hear the step
they're
there.
going back to A. This is so peculiar. This is a perfect embodiment of exactly the kind of Counter-Strike these two teams are going to end up playing. Tessus is in jeopardy just to try and get back to the site. Borup in limbo. He could try and find Shox here. Ooh. Tessus. First of many, potentially. Not the second. Zywoo too quick, and Borup with the health like that. I don't know what you're supposed to do. You'd need the cleanest of kills onto Shox. It's certainly possible with 16 HP. Oh. Unfortunate. Converted into by Vitality's favor. Heroic, they really tried to mix it up there on the pistol, Chad.
And that's the name of the game for them. If you go back and you watch a lot of their demos here, just from a top-down view, you'll see that it's all about misdirection for Heroic. They love to throw out all these different looks, get you moving around the map, find you out of position, and then have their youngsters come through and clean on up. Now, map like Mirage, with it starting off for Heroic, it's very important that they do get off to a good start. So losing the pistol, not ideal, and they won't actually go for the force buy, which has come through for them quite a lot of the time on these second rounds, especially on the CT sides.
I do remember the conversation we had about them overcomplicating things, and I do wonder if that does come back around here. It hasn't yet, but it's something to keep in mind. There was certainly a discussion about it when we saw them last. For now, though, this should be clean, and you want to see it kept clean, and it is. Nice work so far. Did any of the SMGs get the kills there? I don't believe so, but still. 5 alive, no threats, no bomb plants.
Now, before we get into the real gun rounds right here, I want to talk about Zywoo. He is on track for back-to-back Cologne MVPs, so the highest-rated player right now in the tournament. Last year, he was in the grand final against Liquid. They weren't able to get across the line.
But he still took the MVP. I mean, that's a testament to his ability and his stats.
Precisely. And as we break down a couple more little stat lines over here, Zywoo has the highest multi-kill rounds in the whole tournament. So look out for this man going monstrous here today, as per usual. Maybe it won't be a quiet 25.
I hope it's loud as hell, Chad. So an interesting lean from Heroic, and if Masuta was to investigate further of this ramp position, bearing in mind no sound cues, no pins pulled, he's heard nothing. If he gets that information, this 5-man mid lean from Heroic will be rumbled, but CT smoke, the first step in this chessboard move. We're responsible for Connector, and we'll start to see some utility deployed by Heroic.
He investigated a little there. Got enough of information, though, just a little piece of the puzzle for Heroic, but they managed to stay alive, more importantly. You can see Shox getting a little bit closer towards short, but then has fallen back towards site after maybe a touch of utility may have come through. But for now, again, the CTs re-aggress. I like this. It's dangerous, though. The double stack through the B apartments. RPK, joined by Shox, going to really get some territory. With all this util going in, it's all for waste if they don't catch down. He's so unaware. Well, that's going to haunt them a little bit here. The rest of the hits coming through on short, but there's still RPK, there's still Shox.
Yeah, they've got the right pieces in the right place. Borup needs that frag, and he has found it. It's onto RPK, and already found again. Borup, sensational into B. Nico, he spotted Apex advancing, and he will be able to convert it, or at least communicate it. It's Borup to find his third. And Cadian there to put the cherry on top. Heroic break their silence nice and quick, and it's good to see Stowns put his jersey on today.
And we say that these... Where's Have a Nice Day bottle gone? It's gone, guys. If anything goes wrong, we know what to blame it on. But the one thing I want to say as well, young guns in these sort of, situations, these, grand finals, these moments, you want that good start. And this is really good for them, keeping plenty alive as well. I think 3 alive at the end. That's not bad at all. You'll be happy with that. And honestly, the recovery after losing B apartments, I'm quite surprised they're able to retake towards that site so cleanly.
I mean, Stowns' death was catastrophic, or at least it should have been. It wasn't, thanks to Borup and his team's frags as well, contributing nice and evenly as they always do. Early B lane, Shox to receive glass cannon if he doesn't pull the trigger first, but he's fast. And he has disappeared. Mission complete. Relocates Nico, and a crucial name for this grand final, worth mentioning as well. He was playing at a level I've never seen from Nico. That the initiative he was taking, the individual fights he was winning up against Jax, for example, some of the best aimers in the game. Nice work. Very early to see the double AWP on Shox. Round 4 of our grand final. He's already pulled big green out and found Stown again. So poor old Stown's been having a nightmare in the same death, same spot. Now the smokes from Heroic are deployed.
Well, A-Crunch is going to come together. Masuta this time going to actually be tasked with controlling ramp, but he doesn't get it done. The UMP going to fall out of his hands as Tessus finds a quick start, but they pause for a second. They're not making this quick. They're taking their time trying to get that connector play, but look at Apex right on the other side. Goodbye. Borup is having a really hot start to this match.
He is. Shocks as well, though. Catches KD and he was jumped into the window. Don't have to stay boosted anymore. He can get there on his own. Very few changes to a map we've had in this game for one of the longest Tessus contains. Zywa was giving it a good go and a great angle found from Shox. He's on for the ace here. Nico does not need to peek. A flash for Borup on contact. Time ticking. Investigation from RPK. Do they call the bluff? The checks. And it's not going to be another for Shox, no armor. And now no hope for RPK. Nico finally finds his first 2 frags. Couldn't be more impactful than that. Converts into their second round.
Yeah, the pace right here is very, very interesting to note from Heroic. You can see them taking their time. They're really slowing this map down. And just reflect to yesterday when we saw Vitality taking on NIP. What Vitality did on their CT sides, on maps like Overpass, was take space, right? They would always be pushing. They'd always be flanking. Someone in the backline, someone going for early frags. Well, here Heroic are putting out that default net that we talk about, spreading across the map, making sure that Vitality cannot push anywhere, and then isolating Jules. All of those fights there felt like isolated 1v1s. It wasn't a chaotic round, and this has forced Vitality down to an eco. They've gone with a B stack, and this should be clean from Heroic.
Do you know how we do kit check, Chad?
Okay.
I think in this grand final, we're going to have to do a chaos check.
All right.
We just have to keep coming in as, have Vitality been able to create chaos in this server, or Heroic? I mean, if it feels like that every round, certainly on their T side, Heroic have already won. You know, and not the final, but it's a victory in itself.
Sure.
It's only one of the battles, maybe not the war, but it's a really good indicator here, isn't it? If they've come into this with the right mindset, if Hunden's been able to kind of work out how do we kind of tame that tempo that they really like to kind of swing towards them. And honestly, I felt that Shox was about to pop off. I thought, you know, with those 3, that was going to be game on. Casper's dead. Straight up dead.
That was such a prime position for some SMG frags.
But you're always, you know, hungry for him too. You see the opportunity in these moments. You want to get that economy nice and high. You want to feel good. Flash to CT, catches 3. Gorgeous stuff is down. That's going to, again, these are confidence boosters. These are exactly what you want. Lovely spray from Nico too. And it's stat padding. We know where it is, but it feels damn good to get that monkey off your back in these sort of games.
I have some fun stats coming into this here today. Vitality, so far in the tournament, before the finals, were number 2 in the 5v4 conversions at 81%. Heroic are number 3. They came in at 74%. So a little bit of a difference there, but 2 and 3 respectively. That's great over the entire tournament. When we get to the 4v5 conversions rate, though, Heroic are number 2, and Vitality are all the way down there at number 8.
Oof. Okay, now that is an interesting stat to hold on to. And there's more CT aggression. You bang on, Lauren. I think Nico is actually going to be tested very early into the piece. It's Zywu to put his name into the kill feed. Nice and early. Masuta was there in tow. And he'll be parked up there now for some control. Zywu continuing and remaining to be dynamic.
And I love that expectation of pressure from Zywu. He's like, okay, we took control towards Palace. Maybe they're going to try and get up connector. Let me put a little smoke down there, give myself some safety. But what they're doing is walking out ramp. He's isolated Borup. The trade comes in for Tessus, but this hasn't removed Masuta. He's still there. Kaden comes through a little late on the play, but he is there eventually. But it's just these 2, and that bomb couldn't be anywhere worse, I feel. Not easy to recover. They do have 1 smoke to play with, but look at it. Slap bang in the open, and Apex being the turret.
Okay, well, you've got a full minute. You've got an AWP. You've got Util. You've got Stown, one of the stronger aimers of Denmark here in 2020. Now, they don't have to move a muscle for a while. It has to be A. They know it, and so do Vitality. Pull out what little utility they have. Ah, he's going to do the lurk smoke, potentially. Okay, Stown peeks ahead of it first for a little info.
Big gap there.
Apex, if he gets into this corner. Ah, it's perfect. He's looking for the second, playing around the smoke, perhaps. Down, oh no, the jig is up. He can't find Apex, and they can't find this round. Shox confirms it. Vitality take 3.
Another fun stat. So I said Zoe was the highest rated player in the tournament thus far, coming into the grand final. Well, with that, he is the highest multi-kill rounds statistic holder as well.
How many multi-kill rounds has he had, Chad?
That's a good question.
Okay.
He's just number 1.
That's fine.
Now, when he just gets a multi-kill in a round like that, a big one, and one of the key factors here, I think, for this heroic side of things is going to be about taming those nerves, right? For them, it's the majority of the team being rookies in a grand final like this. On the other side of things, Vitality had the majority of these members in the grand final last year. Masuda's still the new boy, right? He's still a youngster on that side of things, but he has individuals around him who have all been here before, who have all done this before, and know what it's like to play in a best-of-5 grand final.
It's a different realm. And let's not forget the Vitality have had the high of securing a grand final and the low of not converting it. They're chasing that feeling still. They've seen their enemy feeling what they were chasing. Now they get a second try, 1 year on.
I like this though, taking their time. It was an initial B hit, but they still had Nico over towards A, so they can kind of be that pendulum swing, can't they? They can work back through mid. They still have some information towards A. Not so much, but a little. It's down, keeping at least RPK, and a little bit of Shocks attentive towards B, but then they know what Heroic like to do, so you can't fully read into anything with these guys.
Heard that. Borup doesn't get the smoke he wants because Zywu caught it. Upix will deploy one of his own design. 30 seconds, that's quite a knife into the kidney. Bomb's still at the top of middle. Util from Cadian. It looks like they want to push through this smoke. Tessus has. And it puts Apex on a bit of an island here. Suter spotted low as well. Needs this clean kill. Doesn't get it. Into B they go though. Shock's rotating through under. It's onto RPK. He's been so good for Vitality, but he's lost his head. Borup not dead, but his teammate is. Cadian falls. It's all onto Borup. And with only 9 seconds and no bomb, he's got no hope. 4 for Vitality, and that's 2 in a row as well.
Timeout could be coming through from Heroic within these early stages right here, because what we're seeing from Vitality is the opposite of what we were prefacing today with. They're playing very slow. They're not giving anything away. They're waiting. They're being very, very patient. And then as soon as Heroic are trying to go for these hits, the individuals are stepping on up. And we've spoken about the individuals on the Vitality side of things. They're pretty damn good.
They certainly are, and I really like how kind of loose Shox is looking. I feel like as soon as he kind of gets a feeling towards it, late game, late round, he's right there. Zywu with a comfy one towards mid. They are up against literally just Glock, so again, we're looking at, do they get a plant? Can they do any damage? But yeah, I like the way Shox is playing this kind of like, you know, off the back of feeling, mostly posted towards B, but he definitely does spin whenever he needs to. And this has been swept aside comfy. And as I said, Vitality, a bit of aggression. You know, little bits and pieces of their playstyle, but it's nowhere near as, I guess, prevalent as we've seen in the past.
And that's curious. So they've obviously realized that everyone knows that's the way that they approach these games, and setting the tone in the first map of a best-of-5 grand final by reeling it in, changing it up, making Heroic second-guess the game plan I'm sure that they were working on all night. That could be enough just to get in the head of these youngsters early.
Well, I'll give you some evidence behind that, Chad. Stown, Nico, 0-3 in opening duels, both of them at this point in time. That is a stat we'll keep monitoring. Certainly not alarm bells worth ringing just yet. Stown, we saw him get caught out with his knife out, and caught by that aggressive B-Apps B-Apps AWP. RPK, though, aggressive with the sound cue. He avoids the flash, but they know there's going to be someone close. The pre-fire is indicative of that. He's flashed in. Nico catches him. So now, early advantage. We know how poor Vitality have been at converting these early losses.
The Shock's waiting. He's been on one. Do they dare test this that readily? It looks like no. They want to fall away from it.
So statistically, they win these rounds 30% of the time. Vitality, 29 to be specific. And it's Heroic's chance to really exploit and play that percentage. Cadian lurking Delpan. Masuta pushed up. This could be huge. We really haven't seen what he can do here.
The rest of the CTs are so far away. If he dies, it's game on.
Think exchange. Borup's weapon's bigger. I were a little late on the smoke. Won't be able to trap them in, and Tessus has lost his life. That's big, and Sustown as well. Huge from Zywu. There's another multi-kill. And now all onto Shox. Unfortunately for him, he's not ready for Cadian, but Cadian also unprepared. They line up. Good grief. A couple of bullets could have really changed and swung that in a very different direction. Heroic take 4 by the skin of their teeth.
Well, you were talking about that opening. There is one for Nico. It's his first over towards that B-bomb site there. And now this is going to give some questions for Vitality here, as a timeout will be taken on the heroic side of things. It was a messy ending to that round right there that was going so swimmingly for them. Just having to really calm the boys down, because it is a mental game. Let's not, you know, beat around the bush. Counter-Strike is very much a mental game. If you get in your head, if you start, you know, getting panicked, you get worried, you get flustered, the game can go like, it can be over. It can be over in an instant. I know this is a best of 5 and it can be a marathon.
The flash failed.
Too short.
Yeah. Oh my god, it almost looked like the smoke had done the damage there. It was definitely ZywOo's bullets, but this is Nico saving the day. Ooh, he was just so focused on what he was responsible for, perhaps didn't realize just how close that had gotten. Teammates behind him falling.
You said that flash fouled, Alex. Vitality are actually #1 in the tournament for flash assists. So that one right there, a little bit out of character.
Yes. Very fast day. Apex cowering on the triple box, and it's Shox' AWP that does fill the feed first.
Shox taking a deeper angle is going to be tricky. That does leave Apex on an island, and well, he's drowned. So Shox has to back away, give this one up, I feel. It's going to be a retake here. Do we have any kits? Kit watch is in pieces. We have no kits on the deck. Plenty of util though, but yeah, double ups in play. That's a lot of money to potentially
Nico's around
lose.
the world. Even Borup's considering it. My god, they're doubling up on the rotate. And with no kits, this just looks like an open and shut case. Are Vitality really going to throw all of their goodies into this impossible scenario? Masuta's gone. RPK's giving it a good go.
There's the smoke.
10-second defuse. He'd have to get on it soon. He's lost his life. That should be the round. Yeah, Shox and ZywOo on the AWPs. And now it's more of a question of saving. The hunt is on. Nico, they may not be expecting his presence on short so quickly. This could be fantastic. He could take away some of the hardest hitters here. I don't know if ZywOo spotted him. He had his knife out. He does. Of course he does. They'll maintain their necessary components.
Oof, that could have been very, very big frags there from Nico. Is that to take away even just one of those AWPs? Because we get this stat coming in from our stats guy, SEO. It says the win rate when ZywOo gets the opener for Vitality at this event, including the 3 rounds this game, is 92.3%.
So basically, the strat ZywOo go kill
is, look, it is a good stepping stone to get them in the right direction for 92.3% of the rounds. So it seems like a pretty decent strategy right here. And the fact that he has an AWP, that's a 36 out of 39 success rate. Wow. Okay. Stats getting updated live for everybody here at home.
I love this. Grand finals, baby. Everyone's buttoned up, including the players in the server tonight. It is 5-5. Quick look at the scores on the doors as they do consider a timeout. And we can see it's 13 for ZywOo, 11 for Shox. Really has, I mean, this is going straight with the stats we brought up at the start of the show. Statisticians cannot quite believe it. Shoxy Jesus back in the server, and he's caught out. Well, we know how they convert ZywOo's opening kills. I'm not so sure they can convert ZywOo's opening deaths.
But it's going to be Shox to be called upon. Wow, Tessus had a second to respond, but Shox is just quicker and more prepared. Nico trying to linger out through ramp, and he's found success too. Very individual fights, but both successful for Heroic.
He's such a nuisance on Mirage. Nico's T-side, it's all about just making those A players constantly second-guessing themselves. He could still be Palace. Oh, he's just walked out ramp when I was thinking, you know, faffing around with the rotate and considering it. His timing, his decision-making does seem to be refined. And RBK, what can he find? Hello. Borup's gone. It's down swinging. He doesn't have the range for that. So we will see, as the dust settles, a 2v3. Bomb being delivered by Stown. Cadian holding that cross. He's thought better of it. That's going to enable Apex to get out. This is problematic. And Cadian was waiting. Problem solved. Shox can't do much more than save. That's thorough.
Yeah, very thorough. This is, look, the way that we described Heroic earlier in the tournament is a meticulous dissection of the tendencies of teams, right? Just the way that they're able to cross their T's, dot their I's, make sure that they aren't letting any opportunities for the team to get on into scenarios. And they're going for a fake plant in a 1-on-3 to make sure it can't become a 1-on-2 scenario while that bomb's going down. That is fantastic stuff. They are not taking any chances here today, and win the grand final, that's how you want to be. So these are promising signs for Heroic. I was very, very worried. If I'm going to be honest with everybody, I would come into this thinking Heroic play the better brand of Team Counter-Strike, and that's how you win me over. Now they have a chance here to try and hunt, but I think they'll just hold on to their weapons. They're a little bit too far away to get to Shox's position right now. But Vitality clearly have more firepower. They clearly have more experience, and that volatile nature can break teams. I think that's what happened to NIP yesterday. They got broken by the fact that just these sharp individuals beating them down. Remember how that game ended on Overpass? 2 rifle upgrades on the 2 star players, 3 individuals with Glocks jumping around baiting, and they still convert that final round. That is a perfect way to sum up Vitality and their strengths. But don't get this twisted. They know the fundamentals better than anybody, right? And I want to make sure I give them credit here. They trade very well. They play off of each other very well. They know how to help each other. Their flash assists, as I pointed out, best in the tournament so far. Their details are great. It's just confusing when you see a CT-sided team in T-spawn within the first 30 seconds of a round on maps like Overpass. It is aggressive. They are space invaders, and they'll get in your face. And now we see a light pistol buy coming on through here. A couple of deagles. There's an AWP in the hands of Shox. Nades to play with as well. And this would be a terrible round for Heroic to be losing. Majority of their forces over towards the B apartments right now. Cadian prodding and poking forward with the AWP. On the other side of things will be Apex with one of those aforementioned deagles. But the danger man is Shox over towards the vent room with the AWP. Nobody in his line of sight so far. They're staying away from the mid corridor, and here he is again.
Always on the prowl. The suitor's bottom, spanked. Nico finds the head of Zaiwu as he does look to disappear. Happy to take another duel. Thank you, RPK. Appreciate that. 300 bucks added to Nico's bank balance. And now they are continuing to just hunt and prowl their way. They know there's still an AWP in play. That's in the prime position for the leg shot, but no, Shox with a quick adjustment, and that's the shot they needed. My God, Stound's been caught out a couple of times here. Perhaps what we were talking about starting to be a problem for Stound. Early days. But another unfortunate death. Nico quite the opposite. 3 kills to his name, and Apex has managed to scavenge away the weapon temporarily.
Yeah, I think I need to remind myself as well in these that it's a best of 5. It takes just that little bit longer to do it. I don't see this being a quick one either with the map pool and the way this game's going so far. So I think hopefully some of these players, if they are having that rougher start, being caught out a bit, they can reset between the maps, between the halves, between the rounds, whatever they can work on.
I mean, so in my opinion, the best player can genuinely isolate it into every round's a new round.
Yeah.
I think the very best are capable
100%.
of that mindset, but I think that that's something that takes hard work, and I think takes...
These are young players still.
I'd argue
you
that,
know?
yeah, from the way I hear Device speak about Counter-Strike, he's one of the few that's probably closest to that level of mental fortitude, where it is just every round is another. Now we'll see Nico just happily collecting his 3 frags here. This was RPK trying to get it done. It was saved a little by Shox and Apex at the end there, just to keep things honest, keep Heroic honest. I love Apex's face. I'm so glad there's an Apex cam, because, I mean, I could tell you his life story if you just put them all together.
Honestly, I think we could just watch his cam and tell you how the round goes.
Yeah.
Maybe not who wins it, because he's still very emotional, but it looks like another A piece, and there's no lurk, there's no defaulting. It's literally just A-lean. So if they're going to go for this, it's all in, and it's got to work out. Tessa's going to lead the fray. He's the first in, first to clear, and maybe first to die. Counter flash comes through. No, it's Masuta to go down.
Yeah, he's the A player, and they've exploited that. Great catch from Apex in the gap of the smokes. It's a minor one, and Borub's going for the default plan. Ramp side, gets it down. Now they advance. These smokes won't last forever, Lauren. It's just started to fade, and he's taking space.
I love these fast days. They are making those double ops feel uncomfortable, unable to succeed, but Zaiwu could be able to change that. Remember, this man is something else sometimes. But for now, the T's are falling away. They don't want too much of that apart from Borub. Up and in the face of both of them. That's 2 ops removed. Apex, get out of connector. It's just RPK, and he's got nothing left.
Yeah, Borub's just going to guard these orbs like a rabid dog. Get away from them. They're not yours anymore. He's hunting. He'll, of course, check his CT. This will be a duel for RPK. Clean. Maintains the M4. Don't think he'll be able to scavenge anymore. And it will, actually. Maybe he will. An AWP delivery. Express from Cadian.
I wasn't sure if he was going to pick it up right there, but he has been able to scavenge it. And I think it's important to note here, the way that Heroic are now playing these rounds is different from what we saw against G2. Remember against G2, they'd smoke window, they'd smoke off towards Cat, they'd smoke connector, they'd take mid control, they'd posture in the forward positions, and then they'd play in limbo. Well, here it's much more direct. We've got some B hits, we've got some A hits. They're taking the AWPs out of the equation. And if you're able to do that, if you're able to isolate the AWPs, retaking is no easy feat. So Heroic are playing Counter-Strike by the book here, and they're making it look good.
Yeah, using your enemy's greatest strength against them. That is the double AWP at the moment. Look at the scoreboard, it speaks for itself. Your 2 players on the 2 big guns and boosting over the CT smoke for any inquisitive CT heads. Loving it from Heroic. There's There's always a touch of nuance to their rounds.
I love the way that I feel like they're trying to read the intentions of the CTs there. You got Norp, maybe you're looking to see if someone's trying to cross over or trying to make a bit of a play through middle. You've fallen back because of the initial smoke. I like this. I really like this play so far. But it could all be for nothing because there is still so many capable players on the other side. The T's still do have plenty of util though, and a play up towards short. Already Masuta died fine. Borop, that was in connector. This is big. Nice work from Cadian.
Trouble.
Two on short. They found him. Here comes the quick play. They're going to speed this one up. Relentless aggression coming out from the CTs, but it's met by force.
Yeah, and Apex still can't find him. Oh, he does. Nice. Elevates himself high, but won't be able to get down. He had options, but they were limited by the initial damage of Testis. He couldn't strafe off. And Handon remaining composed. The first half of a best of 5, and Heroic are on track. 9-5.
It's crazy how close these two teams are, right? When I was doing my prep this morning, when I was looking through all the stat lines, I was looking at the trade kills as well for both of the squads. Vitality come in at number 1, Heroic come in at number 2, right? When you're looking at those details, how do you separate them? You go down to the multi-kills, Heroic come in at number 4, Vitality come in at number 5, right? They're just so close to one another here in the way that they're approaching the game, but two different styles, and here's the aggression from Apex, getting shut down from Tessis.
It looked like they were feigning that A hit again, and then you have this huge mid-piece coming through. All those smokes are still there. Zywoo's now on ramp feeling useless like a chocolate teapot. But now, the one benefit is, where are those T's off to? They're heading right back round towards A, so they could double back on this, but let's see what they go for in the end. Do they have any smokes left? No.
When I'm watching Heroic play, it does definitely feel like the rounds are longer. Like, they've got so much time. They've got so much time, and yet sometimes I watch some teams, gonna name drop here, where it's 20 seconds left and they still haven't got an idea.
Heroic take room, then they give you the opportunity to go in and investigate. And if you want, on the other side of these 5 little aim stars. But look, they just corral back around the map. They gave up middle. How's Zywoo going to defend from here? He's got an MP9. What's he going to do? The site's open. A is open for business, ladies and gentlemen.
Certainly is now. Zywoo greets them, pulls open the red cord. What is it? What's the fancy one? You know, if you go into like a club, it's like a velvet little...
Clubs do you go to?
I don't know.
Right now, though, Shox is the bouncer. Speaking of clubs, he's keeping them out of A. You're not even getting the bomb plant. Goodbye. Tess is now trying to pick up the pieces, but he's taking the straight-up 1-to-1 fight with RPK, and there's life left in them yet, but it has been a good first half for Heroic. The brand of Counter-Strike is looking nice.
Been a while, yeah. Safe to say over a year. Still it feels like I saw you every day. Tired of hanging around the ones that always need an explanation. I don't need to every day. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I could never be. Build me up, piece by piece. Figure out but all the parts that maybe used to feel like I belong to a certain place or a town. Feeling safe, feeling sound when I'm still around. But there's something in the distance. I wanna know what it's like. Don't worry, I'm still with you all the time. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming.
Respectable for both. 9-6 fans are gathering from around the world in celebration of Counter-Strike 4 ESL 1 Cologne 2020 online. I'm liking the recliner guy. Think he's doing it right. JDM would be proud. But we're getting back into the fray. Myself, Machine, Pansy, and Sponge, the voices to fill your ears for the next half. It's Mirage, first map of the best of 5, and it's time to see the French on the attack. Heroic now battening down the hatchets on the defense. And we've got a lot of util for them to be throwing 2 HGs in this particular direction. I'm intrigued to see where they end up. But 2 smokes off the gate and straight into an A hit. Cadian initially to be tested, considering the jump up. Just for the info, gets more than he bargained for. That's why you put the B250 on RPK.
Sight's theirs. It's insta retake. It probably should have been from the start, but of course you want to know if it's real or not. But now, with the bomb down, the T's should be able to find nice little post plants too. They've got time on this one.
Calling it now, I reckon Shox is going to catch a double HE to the dome. Tucked in on Firebox, that is a very big vulnerability. Kit on Tessus as well. Nico coming in from around the world. He is perhaps in a position to contain that one player, and there goes Shoxy. Bonk! We're into the nitty-gritty. Time getting short. Smoke onto it. Apex going to be contained as well. Heroic got a good shot here. It comes down to the frags, and they're all going blue on brown. RPK can win them the round. He gets the first. It's Borup. He's trying to be stabbed. My God, he can't get the bullets. What is this? Chaos in the server, but Heroic thrive within it.
That got messy there for a real second.
Of the head, Chad.
They were so poised on that retake, though. The clock's ticking down. Look at this. We only have 20 seconds left at this point. Now the first kills come in. They have to defuse. That means they're taking one man out of the equation. RPK doesn't. He has to choose. Do I go for the diffuser? Do I get the guy in my face with the big sharp blade?
Oh, that was, I mean, it's comical. Clearly not for Vitality, but we get the luxury of sitting back detached and... Oh no. Sorry, block. Door's stuck.
It's a decent buy right now, though. Look at this. 2 AK-47s at Galil. Apex with his signature scout that he's turning it into here as the in-game leader of Vitality. He's been loving that over the last couple of games we've had the opportunity to watch and cast. It's down because of that knife kill. Has an AWP in round number 2 in the second half. So make sure you keep your eyes on that, because if that drops and Vitality pick that up, that's straight into ZywOo's hands very, very early.
Don't make me nervous, Chad. Looking good for Vitality. ZywOo the spearhead of this. Assaults down, reveals the AWP first. And now Cadian, oh, he gets the clean little headshot. That's the AWP we were talking about, though.
See the amount of utility just flooded instantly. Do not let him near that. Don't let him touch it. Borup keeps Ramp safe for now.
Oh, he's in trouble here.
Shots.
Oh, perfect from Cadian. Perfect. Nice. Crouching under the aim. Hunden smiling. AWP retrieved, I hope. It should be Heroic 11.
Has to be a save now.
6.
Yeah, Vitality have to take a save. They have to be humbled by that. They were blown out of the server there. It wasn't a close round. It wasn't the crazy Counter-Strike like we saw yesterday over on Dust 2, where there was forced fire battles galore. NIP doing their best at keeping Vitality under the thumb. But here, as a relatively clean round coming on out, the Frenchman will have to just take the save. And you can see there are HEs in play. That's going to be used over towards window. They've done the top cat smoke, so trying to take the AWP out of the equation here. It's Nico on the receiving end, not the AWP in Cadian's hands now. It's come through. Not even a lick of damage.
Ooh, great control. Those are both headshots, by the way. Apex just drive by. Door slides open. Only one. Needs a second. He can just hand out the haircut. It's not come to his way. He's only had one more bullet. Okay, so 12 to Heroic. Now, this is quite a convincing start to the second half of our first map.
We didn't get to talk too much about the map pool and which way I guess it leans. So this is going as expected, I guess, like not necessarily in the way we expected it to plan out round by round, but this is a Heroic map in comparison to Vitality, right?
Yeah, and that makes sense when you look at the last time these two teams went head-to-head. I mentioned it earlier, but it was the Summit RMR event. It was the upper bracket quarterfinal where Heroic won this map 16-10 over Vitality as their map choice. So Vitality finished off that series on Inferno, which is map number 2 here coming on through, 16-5.
Ooh, they just threw a really cool little aggressive CT smoke from CT spawn to ramp. I'd love to see that one again.
The worst part is when Alex sees these, he expects me to be able to work them out in
No, I can find it. That's what I'm here for,
That's Chaddy's job. Cadian has drawn blood. Bye-bye Apex, and oh dear. Tessus just survives. He was threatened by the shots from Masuta, but caught out.
I love the synergy in these CTs. I love it with Heroic. One gets in trouble, you'll see Nico pile in, you'll see these kind of flashes come out. And a lot of the time, it actually is Nico doing quite well at that. I think that's a really big role that is quite unsung sometimes. It's hard to note, but He's a very good player in this, and that's part of the strength I feel of Heroic here, but the T's now kind of locked into no man's land. You've got 2 of them at spawn. I don't know what you do with this now.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough decision. So with RPK kind of posted up in middle, there's like 2 options for your mid lurk. It's that corner, and it's pushed up in that connector corner, and you just sit there for 40 seconds and wait. But it does seem like waiting is the name of the game. Now, with Zywoo and Shox positioned here, it could be a case of them just hoping there's a CT push. If there isn't, they save. 30 seconds and so stationary in T-spawn. Nobody moving a muscle. Heroic are not giving them anything to work with.
Keen.
Yeah, sitting keen. It's exactly what Heroic are doing. They know if they just stand still and that bomb isn't planted, they have the 13th and they're 1 closer to the first map victory in their first grand final for many of these.
This isn't the pace that I think any of us were expecting here today. I thought that there would be a real fire in the belly from Vitality, but they're playing a different style, obviously seeing if they can throw Heroic off kilter with something, a different look, confusing them. Well, they're not getting confused right now. This is the type of CS they want. You want to sit back, you want to go for 1v1 duels, you want to play out the clock. But you want to look at that smoke, Alex? Yeah. I have Skybox, the lovely little tool. We can check this one out. So I want you to focus on Borup. He's over here, coming on over, throwing a flash. He's going to have a Molotov as well. Check it out. It's a running throw, Alex. You're not going to want to do this one at home. So check. It's going to bounce off the back wall here. Crazy. There it goes. Off the back wall, landing towards the ramp. It's a lovely one. So that's some fantastic bowling there from Shane Warne, a.k.a. Borup, getting it done.
Did Australians cheat recently at the old cricket?
Shane Warne's from a previous generation, Lauren, when
I know him.
we
I'm
still
just
used to
saying
drink beer and
recently-
play cricket at the same time.
Recently, you're a little cheaty though, weren't you?
Now, I don't
A bit of a
follow...
back ban coming out for you guys, eh?
Oh dear.
That was Steve Smith, I think. I think he was the captain of the team. He got in trouble.
You got vacked. IRL.
He's back, though. I think he's playing.
LOL.
All right. 6-13. I honestly, looking at the map pool, as you said, Inferno, Nuke, was it Overpass and Vertigo, right?
I think this is really good. I think Heroic are very happy with this.
well.
Yeah, look, the fact that Vertigo wasn't pulled in as like the first map choice, considering it's undefeated for Vitality in the last 3 months, it was a little bit puzzling to me. But Heroic are a team who could probably work out ways to neutralize their approach to that map, or maybe that was what they were confused or scared of. On the other side of things, if you move into Inferno, it's more of a strat-based map because of the utility usage you can use on that CT side to be locking down key parts of the map. You hear us talking about it all the time. The T side's maybe a little bit more execution-based. So it's confusing in a lot of ways, but there's obviously a reason they picked on in here. And maybe they got caught off guard by Heroic banning out Dust 2, right? Heroic banning Dust 2 was one of those weird caveats.
Yeah, exactly. And that was probably the game plan coming into it, is that Vito felt weird from the get-go with that initial ban. It looks like we're ready to go. No issues, a quick PC crash restart. We are back in. Remember the skill reconnects, Lauren? Needed one of them back in the day.
Reset that scoreboard.
No, I was just about the skill. I just reset my skill, not the score.
I had to unbind my tab key because I used to get too annoyed if I see my own score.
Well,
Very
we're all
healthy.
weird and unhealthy, but I'm glad it's over.
Util, Alex. It's so limited for the T's. What can you make from this? I guess you got banging individuals, so that's what you bank on a little here. Trying to get ahead of Katie and Speed towards the mid window. Nico playing a bit of a game there, a dangerous one. Don't play chicken with a fox. Yeah, Apex going to find Cadian really comfortably. Somehow. And yeah, that's going to split the CT side a little bit. How do you recover from this? You're going to be thin on either side a little.
Yeah, that's a big pickup.
Easy as you like.
Just like that, the advantage swings the other way. There's still a lot on that clock. They are heading towards A. Borup for the info. Rotating in now is down on that AWP. He recovered from Cadian's corpse. No slouch on the AWP himself. Often you'll see him on the secondary. Smoke towards connector. It's going to be very indicative of an A finish. Stan will start to procedurally clear. And Borup's found one already. That's a great shot.
Zentaris just sprints across old Shoxy, just making it look real swift. But Borup's position's got to be noted, right? He's been here, but look at that flash coming in. A little too high. Doesn't catch Shox, but the shots will. Nico succeeds, and it's just Misuta now.
Yeah, he's in a spot of bother here. If he gets nasty way to go down. Shot in the spine. Doesn't get to reply. 14 for Heroic. And yeah, this is exactly the kind of Counter-Strike they can play, they can handle. They can weather this storm. Nothing more than Umbrella.
Ooh, Coach is sharing a bit of a look there. I thought that was quite interesting. Just the curious glance from XCats over towards Matt. But this kill right here, Shox was obviously prepared for Borup behind the ticket booth, Lauren, because you're right, they did know he was there. So the flash coming over, that might have been his escape route, but no. this is a bit of a problem for Vitality. It's a low buy, Mac 10 on Shocks, couple of Galils in play, and AK-47 for Apex, and once again, not a lot of utility. Damage is done early, and Nico finds another opening. Heroic are looking great.
They're in form, they're looking ready, they're looking poised. I was worried they'd come in looking a little sheepish, a little nervous, a little, you know, touched by the pressure, if anything. But no, they look calmer than Vitality, and they're making it count. So now it's time for Vitality to wake up. This map may not be where we see the resurgence of the French side, but you know it's looming. So for Heroic, keep a mental note of this one. Keep it looking good. Down under pressure now. The speed, they're not stopping.
Yeah, he catches the flash on his look back. And that was the death sentence. Cadian only finding one before Masuta gets into the site. They've drawn enough blood. A 2v3, certainly doable. Wouldn't write Nico and Borup out of this one just yet. Boost on the site, I really like that. Masuta, safe for one, you'd imagine. Borup trying to find a good use for that incendiary. Smoked off, loud, Orb recovered. Perhaps they do play the percentages, but not with a frag now. Yeah, Nico's changed his mind. They're gonna give it a good go now. That's the incendiary down. The boost on Masuta, don't forget about that. That could be the winning element. They need this. Through the smoke, Borup's found him. They need RPK and they need to be on that ball. RPK saves the day. Back in the server, multi-kill and an Orb recovered. Couldn't get better than that. Vitality needed to break their silence. That's their first of the half.
Just looking back, when Nico ran and picked up that AWP and looked like he was getting away, I think that's what caused them to pick right there, which opened the avenue for that to potentially be a round snatched away from Heroic.
Sound cue alone?
Yeah, because Zywood had picked off of that. Borup was ready for it, and then from there they could accelerate forward. So a decent attempt, 14-7. Money's still good, and double AWPs are out now. Nico's been peppered away from window. They've given up a lot of ground in mid here. The bomb is over towards A ramp, so it could be an A split coming through connector with a couple of these mid attackers.
Holding middle with a M4 against Vitality in a grand final. I don't know where he gets these balls. I mean, that's madness. Many people say it's the worst position to have to play. You've got so much responsibility, and you're so vulnerable to be picked off by anyone capable of that insane aim.
Well, look at the B push right now. Nico's taking a lot of space here. They have information it's going to be A. They have to rotate over in time, though.
Cadian, this could be huge. They're preparing for middle as well. They have very limited info across the map. Yes, they have B, but they don't know mid. They don't know where in A, so it's just kind of throwing it all together. Bits of utility coming in. Now they feel secure in it. They have the support coming through by jungle. Borup looks through towards connector, gets Masuta. Now one by one they start to work. It's Shock's leading the way, falls to Sandwich. Filling out just well, and down. A lovely one towards Apex.
Flank from Nico, it's coming.
Yeah, it may not be necessary. They're all just starting to get picked apart. This is the final nail in the coffin. The spray does not connect. He softens them up both nicely combined, if you were wondering. And Hunden and his squad 1 round away from converting Mirage.
That was good stuff. Nico took the damage early in window, and then instead of, just sitting around getting waited to be naded or molotoved or pushed out of position, he's gone for a little fact-finding stroll. He found more than enough information, and Heroic rotated over, and they did it in a very smart way. I was watching the minimap the entire time. The players rotating back over from B were holding shift. They weren't giving away any sound cues just in case, because they knew they'd given up mid.
They go in?
It looks like they're setting up, so it might be a pounce. They might be waiting for an early sign. Here we go.
1 flash, 2 flashes, and they're going for this.
Yeah, they got Masuta pushing up on that sandwich position, tucking in. Interesting. They want to hide this. And off the back of the smoke could be the go. Look at that. Tessus, uncharacteristically caught out of position. The jump peek from Cadian does incite the incendiary, and this flash from Nico could be fantastic. He can't stop it. He can. Just in the nick of time. 1 second left on that plant. Now Vitality's plans are going to have to change.
Great nade.
Here we go. Let's see if they can keep control of this. A 2v2 trying to play it back through. The bomb's still not down. Shocks on the site with Masuta. We've got the AWP with Stown and Cadian with the other AWP. Double AWPs, but not in a post-plant just yet, but it's going to be soon.
Thanks to Nico. He knew what his objective was, and he's given them another chance. Yeah, run boost across connector. And a missed shot. Stown jiggled out by Shocks. Their movement certainly put him in prime positions here, and he's just going to play this smart. He's being hunted, though, and he does find him. Shocks down. Masuta trying to trade, but the smoke does seem to be enough of a guise. Cadian watching that rotate. Wow, it's all done. Mirage 16-7. A smashing start, a confidence boost, and confidence waning for Vitality potentially. We will take a break. We'll be back to discuss map 1 of the grand final.
Moment of darkness.
our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Heroic's opening statement is loud and quick. They concede Mirage. It's Vitality for 4. We do have ourselves just the first map to discuss. Chad, Lauren, and myself to break it all down here in our magical virtual studio. You guys, of course, tuning in from around the world. Chaddy, now, I think it's probably going to be a lot of us praising Heroic here because it's the same thing we've been describing, the same thing we saw in the semis, a coordinated unit converting.
Yeah, and I think that it's important that we stick with that because consistency is key, right? And the fact that they're able to do this in the grand final in map number 1, where the nerves would probably be the most shaky, right? We all know the environment that they're in, right? It's probably the best environment to be in a best-of-5 grand final. So that right there is one tick in their corner, one tick in the box for this team here to be potentially looking to go all the way in ESL 1 Cologne. But I think that we just need to look at like an individual like Nico, who is somebody that, you know, has always been talked about. MSL, I remember saying, is one of the best teammates he's ever had, contributing in that way. He has so much responsibility as a player in the team. You were mentioning it when he's over towards A, he's dealing with the A ramp on his own, right? He's never getting isolated, always feels like he's good for a couple of kills. And you get to see that right here, right? This individual, he topped the scoreboard. He had 24 kills to his name, 7 assists with 120 points of ADR. So he was going ham, but it was a whole team effort, of course.
Yeah, and he started his grand final losing the first 3 opening duels. Let's not forget that stat. We brought it up. We tried to keep our finger on that pulse. It was Stown and Nico struggling at the start, and what a way he managed to recover over the course of just the first map. It wasn't a half. It wasn't even more than the 5 rounds they started us off.
And look, the consistency side of things is not only just in their individuals who have been able to put up decent performances in every single game that we've covered, but it's their play style as well, right? They haven't faltered. They haven't changed their approach to the game. The fact that they're staying poised, they're going over towards the site with 4 individuals. They're throwing a bunch of nades, or they're not getting what they want. They don't see what they want. They just walk back. They saunter back. They set up for an A execute. They go for the A play. Today, we didn't see anybody missing any nades like we did on Nuke.
I mean, the pistol round they went for was really quite cheeky. They went for, again, another, surprised out of the gates just to keep Vitality on their toes. And that's going to get me paranoid from the get-go. This team like to throw fakes. So now when I'm seeing mollies and flashes, I really have to make sure I'm giving safe calls when I'm up against Heroic.
A misdirection, isn't it? The man on the screen here, look, it's like we're back in 2015, of course.
I mean, we're speaking to Olaf. Why not bring shocks out, right? But the thing is that, yes, Heroic, I guess, is the biggest storyline to look at overall, these young players. But I look at Vitality, and I'm having to put that performance inside the box if it was just that map. Because I'm worried if that applies throughout, if they are unable to get going that chaos that they seem to be able to thrive in, those individuals who they definitely need to step up a bit to look the better team, the ones who are more used to these moments, who are used to finals, then we actually have a bit of a problem for them. Again, I need to kind of take a step back and go, okay, it's Mirage. It was never meant to be their domain. This was the one for Heroic, a good veto from them to get started. But I do get a little nervous on that.
I mean, I will quickly, all I'm going to do as we go to this break is read you the teams that both of them have beaten so far. That's what I'm going to do to you. I'll let you do the rest. Vitality to get here have beaten NIP, Sprout, and FaZe. Heroic to get here have beaten G2, Complexity, and Fnatic. And that is all I'm going to say about that. Now, let's get ourselves out of this one, and we'll take a quick one. We'll be back with your second map of this grand final in just a moment.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the CSGO DHL quiz. Now, I've got a question for you. You're going to be hopefully be able to provide the answer. Exclamation mark DHL drop right now in the chat. Do me the favor, get the spam up. You can go ahead and enter exclamation mark DHL drop, and then you're going to put A, B, C, or D, whatever letter you may think is true. Every letter is obviously for the answer. But you get put into a pool of people that are going to get randomly chosen, and at the end of the tournament, you might just go ahead and get a prize. Or you're going to end up on top of the leaderboard if you get a lot of this correct, and you're going to walk away with €1,000 worth of stuff. Now to the question, though. Who did Virtus Pro, back in the day still, we're talking about Pasha, defeat at the ESL 1 Major Series 2014 in Katowice 2-0 to claim the title? Was it A, Ninjas in Pyjamas, B, Dignitas, C, Hellraisers, or D, LGB Esports?
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
You tell me you need it back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie just to be cold? Wanna be honest, you should know. I just came here to make you feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good. I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
ESL 1 Cologne Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, and GG Bet.
Welcome back to the Counter-Strike game show that is the DHL drop. We had Tweeday asking you a very big question. It was, of course, who did Virtus.pro defeat at ESL 1 Major Series? That was back in the day, 2014. It was NIP, the correct answer. And talking of VP, talking of Katowice, we had Olofmeister on the show earlier. And if you want to see more legendary names and learn a little more about how they're doing in 2020, the year we want to forget, you can do so over on Instagram. Open the ESL CS Instagram account. Stunners did an interview with Pasha Biceps. You can check that one out.
That'd be an interesting one.
Yeah, that should be fun. Anyway, it's going to be more fun in the server. It's Inferno, and it's time for Vitality to find redemption. First map was a quick one and convincing one. Seems like GG.bet agree. Heroic given the edge in this one.
This is a different affair, though. These two have met head-to-head. They've had a little bit of a different result on this, of course.
And this was the eyebrow raiser for you, Chad. You expected Vertigo to be our second map.
Yeah, I just thought what we've seen with Heroic on Vertigo recently would be a good punish. It'd be a way for Vitality to assert their dominance on a map that they have a lot of confidence on. And now If we think about what Lauren was saying, this nade here from Borup, maybe it's going to come out. There we go. They're just trying to bait that out. Apex did a good job. It was 16-5 last time, but Vitality had the opportunity of starting on the CT side, and Zywoo had one of his godly performances. This time around on the T side, it's different tone, it's different pace, and Cadian setting a pace very early.
Yeah, this is really nice. This is just exactly what they were doing on Mirage. He can do it again. He's hearing pins pulled, and it's a good sign that it's an A go. Fast rotate from Stown and Borup. They're there in time, wrapping short, flank found. Nico, oh, he's got to find so many targets. It seems good, seems so calm. Cool as a cucumber. Okay. Apex hits it. He catches Nico. That was ridiculous. Oh, wow. Only 22 points of health. He will scavenge the bomb. Will he get a chance to get it down? It seems they will. Regroup. One bullet would be enough from either of Stown or Cadian here, but what a reaction that was from the in-game leader.
He's predicted it. He was watching the right place for just a second, and Cadian beautifully played off the back of that push down Banana, but yes, you're right. Apex creating that room was essential to them almost finding success.
It's a good plan. It means they will be able to go for the force buy here if they like. Apex can drop an AK-47 across or buy one for himself and have head armor behind it. I just like the little detail there. So Apex, as he picks up the bomb and goes to plant, he did see Cadian over towards the quad side and knew one player was behind the smoke on the arch side. Cadian has now wrapped around to halls, and I believe it was Stown was coming through quad. So he had to still worry about the wrap from CT, but both were going to be coming from that same direction. So it's little details right there. Apex had to worry about everywhere, and they knew exactly where Apex was going to be. So good stuff early from Heroic here, and that will be the buy coming on through. Zywoo has been gifted an AK. A couple of Galils on the board. Eagle in Masuta's hands. He really struggled in that first map. And remember, Masuta is a rookie.
Yeah, no, certainly. A grand final of an S-tier event for Masuta. Oh, the wild spray. It's an equal trade. Unconfirmed damage onto both Apex and Tessus. That bomb plant has really equipped them quite nicely, hasn't it, Chad? I can't quite explain myself, but I see those Galils, I see those AKs, I see enough utility. This definitely does look very viable for Vitality, and it's a very real threat to Heroic. Deep smoke, spray from Stown. They're going to have, well, not enough utility to take this banana area without just using brute force. Maybe that's enough. They are just going to walk up.
Stown's not fully backing. Okay, now he does peel away slightly, joining Tessus, who's already been obviously knocked down quite low with that initial exchange with Apex. But the T's are taking their time. This is 45 seconds, but they don't have much utility to play with, and they also don't have much map presence yet.
Ooh.
This is Cadian trying to get information, and he gets maybe a little bit more than he wanted. Ooh, flashes up on Banana. This is pressure across the map now. The T's are making this hard to predict, but 28 seconds. They are going to have to commit pretty soon here, Alex. I don't know where they're going to end up.
Yeah, I think it has to be A at this point. Nico and Borup are going to have to... Oh, no. Yeah, he's bitten the bait. Oh, poor Nico's left alone on the site with only his M4 to keep him company.
15.
You're right. If he could just make disruptive play. 1, 2. The head of Apex gone. My eye's starting to roll, and Shox is in trouble.
Down.
That's enough. He's won the round on his own. Nico on for the ace. He dismantles Vitality. A 5th added to the trophy cabinet, and Cadian bigging him up to get the energy flowing in the right direction. That's a huge way to start off map 2.
Picking up right where they left off. Nico with that amazing performance over there on Mirage, and just single-handedly defending this A bomb site. No easy feat. The pit position, we've seen players do it with smokes. He's done it without anything, and just greeting him with bodies was Vitality, dropping one after the other. And that's 2-0. That's a force buy that can't even keep it competitive. You're not even keeping that CT money under the thumb.
Oh, their face.
They had almost no utility as well to clear that out. By the time they got there, even halfway through that round, they were down to like 3 flashes, 1 smoke, and that was it. So the buy up to the rifles, there's a lot of Galils, a lot of AKs out there. It was great, obviously, to pack a punch, but no way to clear pit cleanly.
Vitality need one of their crowbars here to... Okay, did Masuta force buy? He has no money. He had an MP5. Why did Masuta go all in like that? These are the nerves for the youngster we're talking about here, and Cadian picking it up, grabs a couple.
Oh, no. That's this. Very challenged. And that's the quick response from Borup. Yeah, look, that's Hunden's face. He's like, why has he got an MP5? I think it's the same face you're pulling right now, Chad.
Oh, the youngster. They really need to reel him in here. Somebody on that squad, the coach, Apex, Shox, one of the veterans, one of the louder of the boys, needs to calm him down. This is their map choice. They need to really...
Time out.
It might be a bit early for one of those. So Masuta's had to go into the first gun round with a UMP. They do have more utility behind it right here. Cadian brings out that AWP. We saw what he did last time. Remember against Complexity, he got that ace. 4 towards top banana on the first gun round.
That is colossal early stack towards here, and RPK's battle for supremacy of banana has been won out, regardless of the numbers there.
Through all the fire, through all the flames, he somehow gets up there almost unscathed. That's incredibly impressive, and what a start for them in the gun round.
Yeah, that's what they needed. Vitality, no slouch in converting early man advantages. We saw the stats. They're up there in the top 3 for ESL 1 Cologne 2020 online. Tessus, yeah, he's got a lot of steps. Good chance onto Masuta as he floats through the sky. The trade was there. It's Nico in pit this time, neutralized. Cadian and Stound just gonna have to accept their fate on this one. That's Vitality's first on Inferno. And that's the composure we were hoping to see. That's promising. Clean, plenty of time left. Convincing.
I was going to say one of the crowbars of Vitality needs to step on up and get them an entry kill. That would normally be either like Zywoo or Shox's entry stats actually have been very, very good in this tournament so far. But it's RPK. And it felt very strange. There were so many defenders towards the top of Banana. He just appeared through the smoke, gets a freebie right there onto Burrow Up, and well, that was basically the round at that point. Shox with a multi onto the A site. Close her down for business. The save has to come on through. The CT side, we know how difficult it is to retake, and it's early stages. You don't want to be going for rounds, throwing them away. Keep these weapons. Stown will be able to drop. Cadian can do the same. Tessus and Burrow Up, they'll be right on the cusp, right? You can see here 4.2, 4.3. Nico definitely needs a weapon. So one of those two aforementioned will need to buy themselves. They'll have to go, look, missing of a little bit of utility. Look at this entry. It's just no one's home to help him.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a gap in the heroic game plan there. I think it may be a bit of an on-the-fly 4-man stack call, and yeah, just didn't quite have the usual cover system. He just was sat there like a lemon with a pin pulled.
I really want to see Masuta get off the starting blocks here as well.
Yep.
He's 0-4 right now. Obviously had a bit of a weird start with maybe a misbuy there. So I want him to bounce back, and the sooner the better at this point for them on the T side here. But for now, Orb still in play with Cadian. A little bit of an exchange on Banana. No RPK going for a run this time, or at least yet.
Typical start to an Inferno round here. The only caveat is that 4-man stack is on the ace site, so unless RPK gets more information than this, top Banana is pretty much where the buck stops. Bombs at T-spawn. They'll flash in for the jiggle. Cadian might just pull the trigger. Ooh, not flashed, but not dead. RPK does avoid the bullet.
I want to see if that stack moves. I want to see if they peel away from this, because they've still got the 4 players here on A, even though Tessus, considering apartments, there is a player there, but it's all going to come through quad. 3 players in front. Good flash! Oh my word, it's a massacre. RPK trying to keep this together, but it's slipping through his fingers until finally Shox appears on the balcony ledge. And like Romeo to Juliet, it just looked for a second like a good outcome could have come of it, but it doesn't. In the end, Stound's there, and all the romance is dead for the French side.
Oh, this is going very, very well. The fact you're getting away with a 4-man A-lean right there, and they just come into your trap. You got 2 individuals stepping up with multi-kills there. One for Tessus as he actually pushed forward. He knew what was coming. He didn't want to be caught back in the pit where they know where he's going to be isolated with the flashes. He's played in between, in limbo, just running at them. And when Burrow Up, closing the door right there. A timeout for Vitality. It is needed. Masuta still yet to get on the board. Only 8 kills for him in map number 1. It'll be difficult to wake him up. He is, look, for a youngster, he is the least experienced player in this entire server right now.
Yeah. Like when we say rookie, we're talking from his bedroom doing it as a hobby to a Vitality jersey. Yeah, like just let that sink in for a second. In contrast to players that were competing against the same players in the game before this one. I mean, just to try and give you some degree of context, of course, referring to the man on your screens there. One of the figureheads of French Counter-Strike for so long, RPK, another name on the tip of the tongue.
I guess it's easy to identify Heroic as being the younger players, but yeah, spot on with the Masuta. Oh, uh-oh, Sound.
The flank from Masuta could have big ramifications, but no, the gap found, and so's the frag. Apex on logs, that's been communicated. Masuta to swing in for the flank. Cadian's keeping him safe and sound. Or safe and stound.
Apex?
No, was the comms? Oh! Well, I mean, that one will take, he's read it. That's exactly where Shox is going to be. A lovely little intuition, but he's still checking down by T-Stairs.
See him? He did.
He's double dipping.
Oh, no.
Never seen Shox miss those. That is a worrying sign. And I've got to say, Heroic look confident, and the man at the helm is down right now. 4 kills, and Masuta yet to frag. 0-0-5, 10 ADR. He's not getting into this game just yet. And if anything, Heroic are getting confident. And that is how you break spirits. That's how you get into the other team's head.
Look how trapped Masuta is right now. There's a player back towards their spawn, and it is Stown. It is the man who started this. He hasn't thrown a grenade. He's just gone AK first. Found 4 huge kills, and across the bridge he crouches. Where could he go? Where could he run?
Oh, this is a dire situation for poor Masuta. Close quarter angle, caught out, good reactions. Gets his first frag, gets an AK out of it as well, but Stown did well to inflict such lethal damage. He's down to just 12.
They're all chasing. Look how close they are. All 4 members are pushing down middle here. They don't want him to hold on to anything, and they're just slowly pushing forward, taking out Katie. A nice shot. This is good for the kid's confidence.
Yeah, and anything he can take into this round is going to be a building block. Drops the smoke, 10 seconds, looking good for the save. Borup Tess on the hunt. It's a game within the game, folks. It's no longer about planting bombs and defusing them. It's about finding Masuta. It's a game of survival. I like
Kill
what
him
he's
after
doing.
time, Alex. This could be catastrophic, though.
Running.
Live.
Holding W. Will they check the boost? Oh my gosh! Masuta survives. That's integral.
Oh.
He'd have had 2 grand. That's it. Peanuts. A Desert Eagle and a Kevlar vest would have been his best. Let's see this again from Stown. 4 kills in the round. Was it the ace, actually? It was. I think he got the lot. No, he just dinked him. That's right. But yeah, 4 kills, and the third onto Zaiwu was the most impressive.
Oh, Shox.
Shox a bit hot-faced after that one. A bit hot under the collar. Yo.
How did Apex not know that it happened? I'm very confused that he just ran back through the smoke, not expecting anybody close mid.
I mean, tunnel vision's a thing, sure, but surely it cools. Something, you know what I mean? Like, something's got to be there. And for now, that was a nice, again, quite aggressive start. These guys are feeling themselves, and that's a very dangerous thing for a young team like Heroic. If they're confident, happy, and that's exactly what Hunden was saying. Once they start feeling good about it, once they get in the game, that's when they become their best, and it looks like that could be the case at 5-1.
Just want to make sure we correctly frame the round you're watching now. This was the saved AK from Masuta, and 1 extra put in the hands of Apex. So Shox, all armored. They've got P250s and smokes on the more reserved buys. Cadian, good info here. He's going to try and drop his deep smoke on contact, or even prematurely. Okay, so we'll get that out, leaves down. Get those 4 players set up on A for the exec.
That's just gone down at 1 minute. That was going to buy them until roughly 40 seconds here in Banana, and Stown's still watching it.
The 4-play stack again. Right place, right time. I don't know where they find the success here. Let's look for those rifles in the game. Shox and RPK are the 2 to be looking for. Shox does find Nico, so they have got a bit of room towards the side. Bomb towards pit. And the other 3 for the CTs locked out for now.
Yeah, so Stown will clear the brackets position. They can actually regroup there, and he can go apps instead. And that's RPK's responsibility. You can see they're going to just slowly tighten their chokehold. And that's the first step. Apps, pressure starting to release. Masuta feeling the pressure increase. Low HP, it's all on him. Quiet individual, time's on his side. Unfortunately, he's not alive. Defuse comes in from Stown, plenty of time for that. That's 6-1, and yeah, this is starting to get a little shaky. A grand final, if ever there was supposed to be confidence on one side of the server, I didn't expect it to be this one.
Yeah, I think we need a pace change from Vitality, a little bit more ballsy, the chaos that we were talking about. Let's get it going. Let's get it started. Get themselves in this game. They thrive in the chaos. So far, there's been none of that. So if we can get Vitality firing on all cylinders instead of playing this slow pace. Remember when we were watching Heroic and they would just hold on to nades against G2 when they were playing slow? They would milk the clock right down. G2 would just wait. They would do nothing. And then Heroic was so good with their grenades that they would have smokes, Molotovs, everything they needed left to deny this. And this is quickly running away from Vitality here. I'm starting to get worried.
Let's have a look. RPK trying it again towards Banana. He did do really well here before. He actually found that great opening pick, so this could really help them out now if he does it again. There are the 3 players there once again, so a very similar scenario. And it looks to be set into play by the flash off the back of Apex. Molly to follow, and RPK is clearing. Still watching to see if they try and retake top here, because Borup's got that flash, Alex.
You can see RPK, this is a weathered veteran. He's playing by the half wall, so he will be anti-flash, and he can actually catch that re-aggression. Now he brings the fight to Cadian, and he doesn't get to post a single thing. A flash to call it clear.
They have info back. They already have Banana. Vitality thought they had control, and now they have nothing.
All onto Tessa. C-Voice, the flashes. Zywu straight out, draws the crosshairs. Good start for Vitality. Could be their second, a man advantage. Responsibility of the plant falls to Masuta. Caden's only on T steps. This could be Heroic playing the percentages and making that save call. Yeah, Borup's already tucking into B, so they will be bending the knee. Vitality take 2.
Good call, good reaction. Not sure if that was the plan from Vitality from the beginning even. But the fact that they quickly switched that up as soon as they realized that AWP was over towards top of Banana, that's the danger, man. Remember, Katie was playing in swing, he was over to arch side, rotating around. Oh, the AWP's there, must be 2 on the site, let's pounce. Let's use our individual ability, let's trade out. And that's exactly what Vitality did. And that secures them the second round. Didn't come off with the kill of RPK, but it definitely came off the information that he afforded them. You had a buy again here, Heroic, so it's not the end of the world. Hold up's down, wants to do some damage. Can he get away? Has to worry about shocks, he'll let him have it. So yeah, the guns will be dropped across. Cadian can drop once down, can drop another. There'll be no issues with the Heroic's buy right now. Here's the opening kill. Not blind at all is Cadian. That's how you love to see it. And Masuta, this is what we need. He needs to get on going. Tessus is quite the animated individual too, so back underway, round number 9.
Okay, back into it. I feel like we'd seen that before, the RPK towards the top, the flash not getting Cadian. It was very similar, but obviously that time he landed the shot. But this time around, Cadian switching it up a little here. And actually quite quickly leaning this way for the tease. Everyone's here, no one's towards Banana. RPK is tagged. They've got to feel this out. It's a quick piece towards top mid.
Yeah, Cadian gets the dunk as well, but Apex and Zywu right back with a layup. Shock's going to recover the bomb. They're wrapping long side. He's not even ready for it. Cadian just caught sleeping. On for the team ace.
This is the pace change, right, Chad? This is what you wanted, that kind of more combat focused, the kind of playing off the back, the pacey piece towards middle.
Yeah, and they're just relying on their fundamentals right there, right? It is just trading. That was the name of the game right there. Run them down, get in their face, take space away from the CTs, and now Borup, well, he might get taken out with the M4. Nice kill there onto Zywu. Can he hold on to the AK-47? They know his position. The money is not too bad over there for the Vitality side of things. They might consider hunting. You can see Apex already getting inquisitive through the T-house. Shox now has the AWP, so probably wants to hold on to that one to give it to Zywu in the following. And Masuta, he'll just be holding on to his life here. So Borup, he will be afforded the AK-47.
He certainly will. Got some stats for you as well. Does all correlate as expected. We looked at the previous 4v5 conversion stats, and we saw that Vitality's was alarming. 8th highest for the teams in attendance of Cologne. And recently, on Inferno, the opening kills go 7-2 in favor of Heroic. So that's really not been ideal for Vitality. These early casualties have been translating into those 4v5s that they have not statistically been super strong at converting. Into our 10th round, second map, grand final. Flashing into middle, Cadian wants blood and he's done it again. A leg shot and a dunk, go on. Not this time, Shox were far too smart. He'll tuck in, realizing a passive stance is required.
Interesting, Shox is holding on to the AWP here. I guess Vitality really are transitioning the way they are as a squad. Makes sense he's holding on to it now that he is on such low HP. This time round, Heroic are more than happy to concede Banana. You can see Vitality are more than happy to take that off of them straight away. All 5 members now corralling to that part of the map. It might be a quick execute, but there are 3 ready to receive. Cadian with the AWP, Stown, and Tessus with MP9. So they're going to play up close and personal.
Can he get flash? He's just down to pull the trigger. Does take the shoulder off of Masuta. And poor rolls down. What can you do? RPK swinging around his smoke and does behead him. 3 kills for the tank into the site. And Vitality, this is exactly what Chad has been talking about. We just got 3 prime examples of where their strengths lie and how rounds can be manufactured.
Again, it doesn't feel there's much finesse to it, but it's when I look at RPK, he doesn't have that most finesse, that beautiful play, but it gets the job done.
Okay, here is my analogy of these 2 team styles.
Hit me up.
How they would approach opening a door. If you're breaking into a house, right?
Okay.
If you're Vitality, 5 of them just throw their body weight at the door at the same time. If you're Heroic, they're sitting there with the bloody
someone's on lookout
piece of rope, and they're tying it around the little chain, and they're wiggling it over the top of the door frame. They're doing it the old-fashioned way. They're doing it the sneaky way, and it's that style clash that we're witnessing in this grand final.
It's just clear that Vitality have changed to a more decisive style early, right? They know where they want to go from the start of the rounds. As soon as they have a little piece of information, or as soon as they give given a little bit of the map, they know where they want to hit, and it has caught Heroic off guard here in the last few rounds. So with the saved weaponry coming on through, Heroic really should think before they go for another force.
Just goes from 0 to 100 so fast.
It's like a meat cleaver against a scalpel, right? Like, they both kind of get the job done. One's a little prettier than the other, so...
Oh, dear. That's the frustration that we were talking about with the youngsters, right? You can see this. It looks like Stan was having a bit of a tantrum that I used to in the day.
Having a tiff.
So they need to really make sure that that doesn't get out of control, because I spoke to Cadian before the game.
Oh, great little boost angle over the smoke here. If anyone goes for that little jiggle for info, very likely. Borup has the reaction times and the weapon required to make good use of these two saved weapons. Everyone else is the supporting cast. They are the extras in this movie that is round 11.
There are flashes in play here, one for Nico, one for Borup, so keep those in mind. I go for info Cadian towards top mid again. Boiler's clear. He's now got that.
Where's Borup and Nico? Okay, so Borup's
Does he stay over the smoke or is he grey screen?
Let's see.
Perfect. But Zywoo was ready. Well, you don't need to be when you're Zywoo. He's just got the reactions. Down was pressured as well. Caught through the smoke though.
Middle.
And they are up mid. You're bang on, Chad. This is where Cadian could do damage, but they're already walking up long. That CZ running out of chances and options, and Shox has removed all of Tessus on shot from the AWP. A little late though, and Cadian's not interested in checking it.
When you see a player kind of creeping around second mid, I love the fact that Shox was like, I don't like Boiler anymore. We've made it this far to sight, and there's no one else around. That's a bit weird, little suspect. For now, though, there should be a plant coming in. There it is. And the last 3 for the CTs. They've managed to get 2 of the rifles still, I think. Yeah, Down managed to snag the one that was on Borup when he passed away. So it looks like keep the rifles for now. This is good from Vitality, though. I mean, sometimes, you know, keeping it simple actually does work, and just kind of rolling through the steps, depending on your strengths, actually pays dividends.
If you're going to throw Zywoo into a bomb site, that's a pretty bloody potent fake, right? You're throwing your star player into a site to see how much work you can get done. If I'm the in-game leader and I see that happening, I'm calling the rotate. I'm like, Zywoo's there? All right, they have to be coming. They have to be hitting. And the game, look, Vitality now have slowed down that pace again. They're on the chase. I don't know if they want to push too much further forward, just jostling, seeing if they can find any freebies, but not to be here as Heroic. We'll be able to mount the buy now. Those saved guns, that could really come in handy as this one tapers on through. We're already up to round number 12. You want to be posting as many CT-sided rounds as you can here. I think they might have a difficult time when we can just see how annoying Vitality can be. So, underway. Utility aplenty. Stound's the only one without the smoke molly. Everyone else has what they need going into this. Cadian on the AWP once more. It's the 3-man B-lane again. So they've done this 3 times. Hasn't been that successful for them, even though they have their lion's share of their defenses over towards this side of the map. And now Vitality, look at the pack rolling through second middle. Going to silently jump up here. As the teammates heads to mantle. And they're already up close Boiler. So the pressure's on towards A. The rotations come in.
Up short they go. Blood drawn, traded. Nico trying to survive. The nade could be prime, but not to be. Actually, they back away. Bomb is still T-steps. If Stound's not
dead.
Yeah. Barrel and executed.
He's going to need something quite miracle-esque to work out for the CTs when they have just infiltrated everywhere, it feels like. They're on every part of the map. They've kind of navigated past the 2 CTs who are posted towards A, clearing, obviously meticulously as you go, but B's theirs. It's a safe plant. It's everything you'd want.
Yeah, and even better than that, once that bomb's down and Tessus and Nico start leaving their hidey holes, like bears after hibernation.
Oh, this is insane. They're already ready for this.
Sound cue. I can't react in time. That's great. It takes a while to process what you've heard and pinpoint the location, and it's enough time for Apex to find one of the 2. Shox is going to catch Tessus here, and one click of his mouse is all it requires.
This is better. So they've come alive with the pace change. They've broken themselves out of the issues, and now they've actually forced more for Heroic. They will need to be taking a timeout here. They're first of this second map. The money, it's a bit all over the place because of those forced guns, and now that we are tied up at 6-6, the questions become, do they want to get a little bit more aggressive? Do they want to take the fight to Vitality? Do they just want to go back to a default 3 towards A, 2 towards B spread? That'll open the door for faster B takes. Vitality fighting for banana control more. The game now rights itself. It goes back to more of a standard meta. Unless Vitality want to continue with these very early attacks onto sites. So it will be the force. Double AWPs, that's the solution. Now, the reason you bring out double AWPs against a team who is playing, quite contact heavy or very in your face, the AWPs can post on up. You don't become as reliant on utility. And you can hopefully find yourself an opening and get away. Hasn't been working for Cadian in the last couple. Over towards B, got taken down. Over towards A, just in the previous. He went on down as well.
Ooh, I see purposely bought Mac 10 for Shox, considering he's up on 10k, he got 15 on Apex, so I wonder what the plan is with this. A bit of a pace check. Oh my gosh, the utility damage is monstrous.
Yeah, Borobin's down, just halved. And those 2 HEs, that's $600 well spent for sure. More where that came from. CT nade didn't catch them, but the molly will. That will slow them down just a little. Often that's the sign of a reaggress towards Banana. I'm surprised Cadian hasn't started to rotate yet. They'll be boosting up onto second orange and playing anti-flash. Very powerful position for Borup here. If there was anyone to try and cross that line of fire, oh, I love this setup. It's down tucking in on Emo and drawing first blood. That's going to completely deter them. I'm not sure they're going to go for this. Yeah, the bomb is in Banana still. A smoke deployed at the 60-second mark. Surely they start to look at A.
If only they knew what we knew, a BXQ right there would have been phenomenal. 2 players, half HP. They could have dealt with that very easily. But maybe now, Shox and Zai want to go up, get mid control, and try and go through Arch, or do they want to just filter back down? So they combed through second mid, made sure there was no aggression through the T apartments, leaving leaving Masuda towards top middle, and now back towards Banana they go.
He's got full util. They'll probably smoke off long side, try and make it look convincing, because there's 3 CTs still there. But the hit will be 25 seconds left. No smokes to hold them at bay. It will have to be bullets, and this is the go.
Flash in, Shox. He's just been pulled back and sent forward. Borup instantly finds him. We're down to 10 seconds here. This T-side's getting nothing done. RPK gets there. Masuta breaks through, but timing now. Bomb goes down just in time. There's still 3 players to play this one back, Alex.
It certainly is. Kit on Tessus will be prime real estate. RPK knows he has to fight. Holds them for a moment. Holds down Mouse 1. They're softened up for Masuta, the rookie. Giving it a good go, just the first. And we will get Heroic back onto the straight and narrow. That was a slew of rounds from Vitality, reminding us of what they're capable of. Breaking that 5-round streak of Vitality. Heroic responding kind. 7. And as Chad did rightly point out, this is CT side Inferno. Really want to be looking at the 9-6 if you're Heroic. That's the messaging that will be coming out of Cadian and Hunden.
It's a big kill right there from Cadian because, look, you can see they're not looking towards Banana whatsoever. RPK did a fantastic job after he planted the bomb, now shifting over to Masuda's position, which was in that Banana as well. There could have been multi-kills galore there. As a moment, I thought it was going to slip into the favor of the Frenchman. All things considered, it was looking great for that B defense early. And now again, the pace change. Aggression towards Banana,
again.
That is wild. So much damage done to Zywo and Apex early, and then the nades over towards Sandbag. Nobody's home to receive. Shox needs to find something here. He needs to find it quick.
Yeah, he doesn't have anyone with him though. No supporting cast to this one. Who will blink first?
He's heard that. He knows one's in sight. Oh, Tessus is not inside, so it could be bad info.
See what they do with it. Smokes go up. They're going to have to try and commit to this. Shox is a little further ahead, and Nico is going to be lingering around, leaning, trying to find those players on the side. But Shox still just holds ground. They're up on quad.
Yeah, this is going to hurt for Nico. Caught now, surely. No, gets away with it with just 20 HP. Masuta tagged up, and now just a flurry of frags, all in favor of the Danes. Borup converts. Heroic on 8. Looking for the final round of play. Vitality, what do they bring to the table? They got cash for days. They'll be able to get every single treat they desire, including a sidearm of choice. And a quick tactical timeout just to make sure everyone's on the same page for a necessary round for both of these squads.
Nico did great there. The fact that he dropped that utility, he disrupted the push-up quad, survived, managed to really set up that sight crossfire. Really good stuff from him. He's had that ace in the game, 11 kills to his name here, 12 for Stound. It is a team effort though, look at this. Everybody seems to be contributing on the heroic side of things.
But look at that run of rounds we had for Vitality once they switched that pace up. Once again, they kind of fell back into that kind of more blunt tool, but effective nonetheless. It really did start working for them. This is the first one back in a while for Heroic.
It's wild that they have so many rounds on the board. I guess this comes down to the saves coming through from Heroic because Vitality only have 6 multi-kills to this point. They're really struggling in the opening kill department, only 4 on the T side so far. And we get this one back underway. The last round here of the first half, map number 2, AK-47s. Cadian, he's faking it out. He's pushing down. Here's an opening, and there it is.
It's exactly what you want in these moments. Just that little bit of something different, something that the T's are going to be shaken about, but it looks like they found an answer. They want top of banana, and they've got it once again.
He still has to push forward in a moment. The molly, unless it's been misthrown.
Perhaps it has. The underhand flash. Confirms there is presence banana, and that does incite a lot more utility. Incendiary down. It won't slow them. It's down. They're trying to double bait on Nubox. There's going to be a swing. And he has gone down, but they don't expect a second. And the second is a bit too quiet. Borup needed more. 3v3 though. Cadian trying to contest that plant, and it won't be able to do so. Extinguished by the smoke on that bomb. Zaiwu lives to fight another day, and Frag, the 2 remaining players, Tessus, Nico on the rotate. Kits on both, full util on both, Chad. They've probably got something spicy for us here. Nico's got the smoke. He's going to be throwing that for banana. You can see he's lining it up. That's banana side smoked off the skybox. All of that good stuff is starting to burn. Oh no, it doesn't fully go. RBK. He should be fine now. He will go unchecked. Apex is doing all the necessary hard work and heavy lifting. What is going on? 8-7 finished off eventually. Vitality closed the gap. It looks like we've got a grand final after all.
Turns out I never did.
An 8-7 in the second map of our grand final. Things are just getting started. So get comfortable and tell your friends it's time to tune in for ESL 1 Cologne's crescendo. That was the word I was looking for. Chad, Pansy, they're hanging out with me.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm a bit disappointed. Tessus doesn't have his water bottle today.
I know.
I mentioned that in the first map, Chad, and if you were listening, you would have noticed that.
Was that on the third round?
I think he was absent.
It's when I went to go get the computer fixed so I
Hello,
could do
Chad,
skybox for everybody at home, Lauren.
Some of us pay attention.
Children.
Some don't.
Counter-Strike to cast. Thank you.
Have a nice day, Chad.
Oh, damn. RPK looking to drop back into the site in the same way Lauren dropped that mic. Zywoo, Apex, Masuta all rotating in, and they're going to push through that flash. No, it's just to deter. Maybe set RPK up for some headshots. He has got one. Masuta's making a meal of it, does find the headshot. RPK, oh, damn, it was Zywoo that finished him off. Good fragging from him. Borup overwhelmed. And that is a quickie.
Finally got some pace to the game. That feels nice. Bit of action going on down within the first 20 seconds. RPK did very well there not to go down. Here's the man on the screen, MVP of the pistol round for the second half here. So kicking things off, he's up to 12. He's leading the way. He's leading the charge, and that meant something to the boys. Apex, the emotion, we're loving it. The coaching staff in the background, they're clapping as well. And we're back underway here. Forced by Tech9s. Yeah, so we might see a play to try and get out halls and into the pit there and take control. We highlighted one of these in their game against Complexity. See if you want to go for something similar. Window nade, rolling back the years of French Counter-Strike.
I mean, even the Tech9s coming back into play. Seeing this again, kind of like it. I like Tech9s. They're very anti-Counter-Strike-esque, but
Yeah.
it does bring me deep, deep joy.
It is your kind of style.
Run and die.
Yeah, run and gun, spray and pray. Masuta doing exactly that, and his prayers are answered. Double kill. Tessus, Nico falling, and the round likely to follow. Maybe, just maybe, Borup can finish off what he started. If he can draw the fire, Shox isn't holding him actively. Masuta being so low. Might do the lurk, smoke onto balcony, and it's actually, that would be perfect considering they just smoked him off. Yeah, here we go. Smoke pit, clear close, finds Zywoo. That's mission one. Oh, Shox has shown his head. Not dead. Down finds him. Radiant needs a clean one. He's found it.
Kill?
My goodness, I think you're right. Yeah, Zywoo took down Masuta through the smoke. Cleaned up, thankfully, by Zywoo.
Oof, all right, that got a little bit dicey there for a second. I want to sing the praises of Masuta right here. He started off very, very quiet. Last map, he only had 8 kills, and here we were worrying that he was going to stay on that goose egg for the majority of the first half, but he has turned things around in a big way.
I mean, he was, what, 0-0-4 or 5 at one point in the first half? It was quite substantial, and then by the end of the half, I think he was up there with, I can't remember who it was towards the top of the board. I think it was RPK at the time. I think Shox has kind of jumped up too, but I don't expect to see that after, as you said, the start from Masuta when he was very much, down in the dumps, not looking so good, looking a little bit shaky. Excellent recovery for him.
Fantastic. It's what he needed as well. You get that done in map 2, not map 3, can make all the difference.
Bit of a banana push coming in here. They've got full info, so high alert right now for the players on A. Over towards Arch side, there is 2 and 2 flashes while that's coming out. Down throws 1, the second is here. The Molotov's good.
Oh, it's so clinical. A massacre. Even Shox' USP getting to fill the feed just a little. Triple kill for Zywoo, another multi-kill round to his stat pad.
So Shox didn't buy anything there. He just went with the USP in very Flusher-esque fashion. Means that AWP can come out now if they want to wield it. Now, in the past, we've critiqued teams with Shox and Kenny, 2 very prolific names. Kenny being the primary AWPer, and then maybe Shox would be wielding a little bit more. Now, the same could be said for somebody like Zywoo. Why isn't he doing the AWP? But I think Zywoo is more of an all-rounder. I know he can be fantastic on the big green, but they've actually given it to him right here.
Yeah, and I love how they've just fully embraced the bonus round here, Chad. Like, it couldn't be more of an embrace of the bonus round. You just put your star AWPer on an AWP, and all of you get to keep and juggle around, farm, and potentially convert on the SMGs. If you don't, you've got your M4s in your pocket for the next round. Save the AWP. We're off. Masuta's hunting. And MP9 VAK does not end well. The same story for Shox.
You spoke about Zywoo. It's his time to deliver. The superstar, within his own right, finds Tessus, instantly looks for Nico, and he gets him. Zywoo's on one right now, and 3 more players about to come right towards him. They're on quad. He's in pit. The flashes, the mollies, they're all being put in. Look at him go. He's going forward. What is this man made of? Already supports here, but he bought enough time to now bring down to just 1. My word, Zywoo. I thought he was going to be overwhelmed, overpowered, pressured from too many angles. No, he meets them.
He had so much space. He was moving around like there weren't 4 enemies around the site. There was.
There was.
Yeah, there was. And I want to see this one again. So missing his first shot, actively taking this fight again. Up on it. Whoa, Tessus was not ready for that, pulling pins. And this was an equally one-sided affair. Lovely stuff from Zywoo, and the Renault HQ erupts.
Needed that one. Definitely needed that one. Apex here. Interesting position to see him in at the start of the round. I'm curious. Maybe he's just monitoring his teammates' screens, playing in rotation, something that in-game leaders tend to do.
He's like, maybe he's got an inkling it to be.
And he's actually gone to something here because 5 members, mind you, from Heroic in Banana setting up for an execute. This one might be quick. Zywoo again.
RPK's holding a nade as well. They both are. Incendiary and a HE respectively. They want to try and blow them up. Okay, that's not the nade I was looking for. These are not the droids. My God, it does look robotic at times. Double kill for Apex. Tessus responds. They do have access to the site now. Rotates in. We do have RPK in construction. Zywoo could catch him on the cross, and of course he does. Just ahead of the flash. Vision restored. This round could be too much to overcome. Bomb is yet to be planted. The full rotate on its way.
Bomb now down. Tessus does have the high ground, but I don't think Vitality are underestimating anything here. 4 players now trying to work back through. Plenty of util as well. Didn't get pressured on A, so they come back with their whole kit.
Steps. Loud. Impending doom, perhaps, for the Danes here. It'll be a double swing. There's pre-fires. They can all shoot back, and they do. Cadian tries the transfers. Not there. We will see a good retake with plenty of time for that defuse on the Vitality camp. This is their map pick. The first map they chose to pick, which did have some analysts' eyebrows raised. Justifying it slowly here as they do grow into the grand final.
In the head-to-head, it was great, obviously, with a 16-5 victory last time they played towards the tail end of June, the 29th, I believe, to be exact. And Apex playing so far back, when you have a pounce onto the site, the flashes that were coming over the roof there from Heroic and Banana are to deal with more close individuals. You know, normally swinging from close CT, you've got somebody playing over towards that coffin position. Apex being so far away from the action, they bottleneck them with their utility usage there. Managed to get a nice round on the board, 12. As it's just the default spread here, you can see a bit of action over towards Banana, pushing them back, making sure they have no info, but towards top mid, they stay. And this is key for the CT sides on Inferno. You need to keep one key piece of real estate. You can't give it all up. That's the next step for Heroic, taking back mid control.
Ooh, not subtle about this either, are they, Alex? They're giving away a lot of noise here. And I wonder how much they read into it. Smoke start coming in. It's looking like it's going to be this A piece, but still no T's to be seen.
That's the first. Zywoo just dusts him off like dirt on his shoulder. I wonder if Stan's going to keep moving forward here. It does look like he wants to use the smoke fade as his go. Cadian's alongside it for the ride.
Bomb's coming, Banana.
It's just RPK. They're on the way. Apex is trying to come over, but for now it is just RPK. The mollies are there. Sounds crossed. The timing couldn't be worse.
That is knife
Apex trying to get there in time has kind of fluffed it a little, but now he's going to try and make up for it. Flash through. Here we go. Blind as anything. 4-up dice, but it's RPK trying to hold on. And with him dead and gone, the bomb goes down.
Yeah, Shox, do you want to try and disrupt this after plant? Or do you want to wait for your teammates to arrive? It seems you'll go up for the latter. Masuta a little late to this rotation. He's arriving now alongside Zywoo. They have got some smoke and 2 flashbangs. We're going to see that smoke for Banana side. Going to lock Nico out, but he can play around it. Can't contribute. Wants to make sure he's just got the lineup for the defuse, perhaps. Or some suppressing shots through the smoke. Cadian, about now is where the time we need to see something big. It's quite the opposite. And Nico, he's going to get pressured from every angle. But he finds a wild one. Can he transfer? Oh, nearly. 2 of the 3. Third found a little too late. He'll scavenge away an AWP. It's something, though. He makes something out of nothing. Just didn't quite catch that bomb diffuser in time. I want to see that trend. He gets one, and he has the presence of mind that it could have been the body block.
Oh.
Look at that. My God. And with 1 HP, he stylishly finds the head of Shox. But that's all Vitality need. It was the round. It's the 13th. And this is still nearly a spotless. In fact, it is a spotless CT start from the French.
Struggling to find solutions here for Heroic. Not that they're doing a bad job. They're getting into the site. It's just a whiff shot there from Cadian. And oh, that's the opening. Okay, that's the start we're looking for.
It could go on this. It is Apex this time, not
Bombs
RPK,
down.
so it's a little bit different. And wait, Zywoo finding Borup is huge. That's going to delay this hit and the potency it could have had. If they'd maybe been able to springboard off that, hit B, now they're going to do it. Now the smokes go up, but Apex is ready. Deep smoke cuts off Coffins. He can't really do much anymore, but he's still trying to be ever-present. Now the T's are on the side, and that's lovely for Stown. Instantly opened up the chance for the bomb plant, and the CTs are locked out here.
The money's not as good this time around, so Vitality might actually reconsider going for the retake. And as we can see on the radar on the top left of your screen, they are dipping away. So in the previous, they had a lot of money to work with. They could have gone for it, lost, and still bought. But because Nico did such a great job, even though they lost the round Heroic, taking away all those weapons, they had to completely reinvest. And on the CT side, you'll hear me say it once, you'll hear me say it a million times, everything costs a little bit more. And the fact that they went in with a double AWP setup, you're not going to get too much more expensive than that in modern-day Counter-Strike. So Zywoo getting an opportunity to hold on to his AWP, all that utility, doesn't have to reinvest himself. Might have to drop a gun for Apex or Shocks, though. And RPK can drop over that second weapon. So going into the next round, Vitality will have everything they need. This is the right call. This is percentage Counter-Strike. And Heroic, they don't want to chase. You can see here, they're happy to let the CTs hold on to their guns. They need their weaponry just as badly. The drought's been broken, and Heroic are on the board.
How many in a row was it for Vitality? I'm sure both of you can find out.
6.
6. Oh, that's quite a lot, isn't it?
It is quite the slew of rounds. And a timeout called. That is the third timeout we've seen from Team Vitality on Inferno. So they've definitely been making good use of it. That was the opening kill to get us going. And it wasn't just blind shots from Stown. I was wondering if he was working with anything. But yeah, straight through the smoke. Apex dissatisfied despite the conversion. Heroic, their first of their T-side campaign.
Bloody hell, that is a very CT-sided line there.
It's a lot of blue, Lauren.
Yeah.
At least in the previous 3, they've been able to get side control and get the bomb down. So if we're looking at positives for Heroic, it's getting better as the rounds are progressing. So if they're able to take this one here away from Vitality, their loss bonus is going to be well and truly in the bin. It'll only be $1,900 going into the next round if they lose this one. So hunting for Heroic might be on the agenda if they can get a site, if they can get control, and if they can look to run away with this one. So Cadian back out on the AWP, has to deal with Zywoo on the other side of things. Really mid-smoke, they have to be careful. Zywoo's still picking down to ult middle.
Apex has got to be careful too. He could have been caught in transition. They are playing a very dangerous game on that CT side, but they do fall away in time and mostly maintain their HP for it too.
Sticking around this smoke, this is... Yeah, it's got a time limit on it. Testis' choice to descend now is going to be favorable. Suiter's opting to play that hay bale's position, bit of an off angle. Can elevate himself up on that barrel should he desire. 3 Danes in banana.
Zywoo's maintained mid-control the entire time here. So he knows that nobody's gone up towards brackets. They have information on this side of the map. So if the call comes in to gamble over towards B...
This feels really reminiscent of the Astralis setup. They'll do stack nades, Borup on the boost spot, anti-flash. It's a double pump, perhaps. Yeah, that pulls out the incendiary. Now they've got the real stuff, the real deal. Smokes, Molotovs. This is going to be chaos. Apex anti-flash and RPK tucked in, trying to find a safe spot in all these flames.
Those mollies are burning though, the floor's on fire and RPK has to deliver, can't do it. RPK turns, he's deleted. Testis and Nico, clean entry on B. You'll be happy with that. Bomb planted. Same scenario again, these 3, no options.
I think now Heroic should maybe consider chasing or at least sending 1 or 2 out to see if they can take away a gun. They hear nothing. They know nothing's rotating towards spawn. And at this point, taking the weapons away from Vitality could be everything here. So 3 channeling through CT spawn on the hunt. Down towards bottom of banana is Borup, making sure they can't come through for a late-minute defuse. But this hunt here, how much do they want to invest? How much do they want to go all in? Taking these guns away, like I said, 1,900 loss bonus for Vitality in the next. It means they'll be on a partial or a force.
Cadian did get a chance to try the ball bang. Zywoo actually takes that AWP out, and now the recovery mission, it's gone awry. Stown does keep hold of it, so Cadian doesn't lose out on that T-side AWP, and it's certainly working well for him. He got a nice opening kill a couple of rounds prior, which was the first conversion for Heroic. So that was actually the round exactly prior. So 22-23, both go in the way of Heroic with bomb plants. Access to the site Love this explosion. Look how quickly these 2B defenders are just ripped out of the side. Pre-fire. Lovely shots.
Heroic are dominating the opening kills right now, 14-9 in their favor. Maybe some aggression needed from Vitality to even things up.
Oh God, Shocks, get out!
Nice. Wow, okay, Vitality. They die, or rather played with death. He's holding that close second mid line. No one on the walk up yet. Nico already tucked in.
Notice how Heroic aren't giving away any risks. Like, they're not going for unnecessary peaks. A lot of players would go out towards alt middle and maybe go for that type of a kill. They waited until the remainder of the teammates are there, so trade potential is on. They have, oh, look at this. Because they have banana control so early, this is forcing out the respect of Vitality. Those B hits, they're in the back of their mind, and it's going to be towards A.
There go the smokes. This is lovely. What a switch up. But there's still the big beast in the way of ZywOo. He will not be easy to surpass. Perfect flash timing. He's off the angle. He's now going to just tighten the vice through the apartments. Masuta better be there to help out as well.
He's gobbling flashbangs right now, Lauren. He's got no options. He's lost ZywOo. He's lost the round. Into the A site. Quick frags. And that, my friends, is another for Heroic. What a turnaround it has been. New lease of life. Unlocked. Inferno certainly far from a lock-in for Vitality. Another all too familiar circumstance of sitting on the other side of the map, watching that opponent's number go up by 1. Clutching on to what little you have. It will be a FAMAS and an M4 respectively. That smoke's very indicative of Apex's position. Stan can't believe his luck. He'll get that one for free. RPK likely to maybe get one more. Just softens him up with a FAMAS.
Good chase there. They're toying with them now. You can see they had to give that respect towards the B bomb site. The third man cheating on over just in case it was going to be that hit. And then the timing, they were caught in limbo. As you're rotating through CT spawn, you can't be in 2 places at once. And unfortunately for Vitality, they gambled incorrectly. This is where they're being out-called. That's what's happening there. So as we move forward, no saved guns for Vitality. It was a $2,400 loss bonus going into that round. $2,900 for the next. So they will be able to buy in round number 26. Here they just have a couple of light upgraded pistols. And this is where you want to see them get a little bit dirty, a little bit gritty.
Quad stack. No one home for the initial aggression, but that's no surprise, I'm sure. Heroic, though capable of pace, often maintain a much more reserved and calculated approach to the game that is Counter-Strike, and this is a prime example of it. The flash is perfect. Apex has to swing back in, and they collect. I mean, that is textbook. And it should remain that way. Looks like ZywOo did manage to inflict some good damage. And maybe RPK, yeah, he can profit from it. The Suitor did as well.
They found the opening kill in the last 4 rounds that they posted. The last 4 rounds that the Heroic side have posted on the board have come with opening kills. And I guess that puts into context the last round that was put on the board for the side of Vitality was when ZywOo found an opening onto Tessus with the AWP. So right now, what's happening is Heroic are limiting the options for the CT side to find kills. And with that in mind, they're just racking up more and more rounds and keeping the money of the CT side very, very limited because they're in that cycle right now. Their loss bonus was at the bottom of the barrel when they started losing rounds because of the streak, and now they're having to go with what CTs feel like when they lose the pistol, right? They're back in that scenario. They will be buying. The saved AKs do mean a lot as we get to the tail end of map number 2. But if Heroic steal this away from some really good calling and just some clean hits, nice entries, this is where the game changes, though. Vitality now needs to start fighting, right? They need to start getting back into the sites. They won't be conceding too many more rounds where they go, oh, we've lost the site, we'll hold on to the guns. At this point, they have to fight.
Yeah, and I can't help but remember that we've already seen evidence that those CT aggression down mid can work. You've seen Stown pull that off. It's a phenomenal way to destabilize. And if ever there was a team to destabilize, it would be Heroic. I'd love to see a coordinated early mid presence from the French. Doesn't seem like it's the plan as I see 3 members going safe side to set up on A.
I love the idea of it. The goal to do that in moments like this when you're on the cusp of a potential comeback from your opponent. And this is Heroic showing they do have grit, that they do have determination, and they might just have a way to claw back map 2. For now, though, it's Apex. Clawing back to the top of Banana. He wants that control, and they're going to commit to it with all that utility they had in store. But look what's on the other side here. Behind the curtain of smoke.
They want to fight.
Oh, Apex, does he know what he's in for? He's got RPK with him. The Butcher by his side. They've got 5 players on Banana. This is going to be brutal. RPK has to hold it, and he can't. There's 1 man on the site now, Alex.
Yeah, and Shox needs to get his weapon out. It's only going to be the AK-47. Signature weapon for Shoxy Jesus. Flash, executed.
Perfect.
It couldn't be better. It really couldn't. Sometimes Heroic's play doesn't give Vitality an option.
Chase them, hunt them, get in their face, go. Heroic, get after them, take these guns away. Devastate them here. Don't let Zywoo hold on to that AWP.
He's got a good shot at it here, Tessus. Very loud about it, down the speedway. Masuta to catch him. That's info, though. They at least know where one of them is. Cadian going to be responsible for keeping that AWP. Wants to get out of dodge, does so.
Look where Nico is already. He's just run all the way through T apartments. He's trying to lock them on in. If he comes back around and they want to fight this, there is a chance. He needs to get a move on, needs to start running now, but they're hiding in plain sight, staying towards CT spawn. I don't think Borup or Nico will have any time to find them. They will clear to the more obvious positions, checking pit, checking site. Nobody's home, so Vitality doing a good job there of holding on to those weapons again. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Spaghetti everywhere.
It's getting very dangerous now. Vitality, they will be able to buy. Oh, and that's their last timeout being used.
Cycle
They've
through
drawn
all
it.
4.
There's something to be said about a feeling of drawing a timeout from another team as well.
Oh, yeah.
You go on those rounds, you kind of get them to the point, you're like, we've broken them.
I know how that feels.
Yeah,
I know,
exactly.
I know when my teammate's calling a timeout. You know, you put the shoes on the other foot.
I know we were saying this was a best of 5, but remember what map's up next. Heroic specialty.
Correct.
Nuke. Nuke is up next. If Heroic do this in 3, this could be absolutely insane. This is the dark horse, the underdog, the fairy tale story. Throw whatever label you want on it.
And it only became truly exciting and a real potential in the last, what, 5 rounds, really, I'd say, for Heroic. It was a great start, it was a good run, but Vitality looked cool, calm and collected on the CT side. And then suddenly, all these entries were unanswered, the attacks were just beautifully choreographed, and Heroic have lived up to the title. So Vitality need to live up to theirs and find a bit of life in themselves here, because they look dead in this one at the moment. This is a good buy, though. This is a purchase. They have to make a change.
Yeah, it could be Apex aggression. Jumping for the info initially.
Oh, the wall boost. This could be timing.
Oh, the flash every single time.
Going.
Try and watch a CT perspective. It just gets hit by a flash and then a bullet. Again, RPK a barrage, more flashbangs. His vision restored, and so is his aim. Does collect 1. Cadian down 2. Multi-kill for RPK. But it's in vain. It's still a man disadvantage for Shox and Masuta into the retake.
How many retakes have they been posted in now? How many times they greeted with that lines of smoke, that wall denying any vision or any chance? This is going to be 14 surely for Heroic. I love watching Shox. Masuta's been exciting, but retaking here is going to be tough. There isn't any utility on the T's, but there is only 1 kit on Masuta, so he has to play this to perfection if they want this round. He's been spotted. Surely dead in the water here. Borup just readjusting the angle. Flash comes in. Down goes 1. Shox now the only one alive. Traded in on Heroic on 14. I don't know what to make of this, Alex. I'm a little baffled here.
Yeah, I mean, Cadian said it just before we got into this game. He said, this is not a lucky run. I think that's false. This is a miracle run, yes, and it is a miracle. We've got 5 members of Heroic, unaffected by the pressure, breezing through top 10 teams, doing it consistently, flashing for each other. They are making a strong case for Heroic planting their feet firmly in the top 10.
Of those 5 players, 4 of which have found openings in this spree of rounds. So the entry frags aren't just coming from 1. Cadian's found 1. Stown's found a couple. Borup's found a couple.
Go again.
Nessus has found 1. Can they find more? Can they do it again? This is for round 15.
With Nuke around the corner as well, Chad. Vitality looked like they were smashing it. 6 rounds to start off this half in a row off the pistol. And they've responded with 6 in kind. Heroic return to the lead.
Look how sheepish they are to rotate, but it's the B hit.
Shox is nowhere near. He's on the way now, but it looks a little too late. But wait, the teams are getting into CT. They're surrounded on all fronts. Apex dies. It's just the tank, and the tank has fallen apart. The 3 players are locked out. They're looking dead in the water. Shox goes down. This is going to be 15 on the board. I can't believe it.
I can't. Heroic. This is magnificent. Every single time I start to perhaps think they're human, they're capable of bleeding. Perhaps the grand finals is getting to them. They've lost 6, and Vitality was standing at 13. 13. It's now been 6 in response. Make it 7 as that bomb will explode. They are going to have a chance to take this AWP out of Zywoo's hands, and Nico, he can't believe he's still alive. I can't. ZywOo makes sure that changes. Just to maintain his weaponry here.
Towns had so much impact. 8 kills in this spree of rounds. Entry frags galore. He is just beasting them now, and he might even take the AWP away. They need ZywOo to come online right now. They need their biggest weapon, the biggest, sharpest tool in their bloody shed needs to come out right now because Vitality...
They'll have their fingers on the, like a shape of an L on their forehead.
Hey! Little stunners on the camera. They're loving it.
Nice to see Stuna out and about.
I think we let him out of his cage soon.
Oh, I'm very excited to see the man in person. Quarantine cam for 2 weeks straight. Much love to him. Very important round of Counter-Strike ahead of us. Vitality on the ropes. Battered.
ZywOo at banana. This is the change. You wanted the sharpest tool in the shed. You've got him.
They have to convert now.
They traded it perfectly with the Molotov. Apex tanked up by the HE. I liked what Vitality did there. ZywOo peeking off of the smoke.
They just cleared top mid. They have no idea. They just cleared it. Look how close they are already. 1 minute 25. They're rotating away.
Oh man, this is great counter. They'll walk up. Borup still can't really believe it. The flashes will get them to push for info. Wow, great precise headshot. RPK's done well to take Borup out of the equation. Bomb not down yet. Tessus and Nico up against the world to go 2-0 up in some of these players' first grand final.
How do the CTs get back into this? You know they're feeling the pressure, no kit either. So time is going to be of the essence. They do have Apex with the AWP down there, Shox and RPK. Bear in mind, RPK is very low, has the molly, could put pressure on Pit here.
Correcting myself, of course, a grand final of this caliber. But Tessus doesn't have a smoke for that. He will have to respect, and now flashed. What?
He flashed.
Didn't see a thing. Tessus is still alive. Apex onto the site, one-on-one. Tessus.
No time.
He can do it just by survival. Clock is his best friend, and he's just got the info he needed. He didn't see a thing. Apex, what can you do? Nothing. He's just had to resign himself to accept his fate. Heroic. They're 2-0 up, and they're heading into Nuke. That's their map, baby. Cadian's hype as hell. A smile creeping onto many a face in many a different living room around the world. Heroic fans unite and celebrate. It's not over yet. Map 3 is up next.
Sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness. breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go.
It's hard, you know. I just wish someone on my team would have told me. Apparently, I'm really not that good with this thing. Also, I die way too often in apartments. Seem to never have enough money on buy rounds. And flashed 4 teammates just yesterday. Wait, what? I didn't.
You did, Sean.
Oh. But I'm much better with the 5-7 than you are, Elias. And I got 34 entry kills last week. And I should actually be playing B-site. I'm much more useful over there.
What grade did you get this week?
I got a C. That's not too bad. Right?
Let's go.
Nope. Gotta go. If you want to know what you're good at, and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
But yes, one of the new tools ESL have been working on in their workshop. You can go ahead and check it out nice and easy at csgohub.com. Track your progression, compare yourself to other players and pros, and of course those performance heat maps, challenges. I really like that Nady thing that Chad's been playing around with. I think it's called Nader.
Yeah, there's that one. That's that one for sure. The CSGO Hub has a map as well where you can practice everything. There's lots of tools coming out now. I wish I had some of these to practice with back in the day.
You zip your lip, okay? You had to suffer so others didn't, okay? Now, shut up and talk about video games for money, because that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's a pretty good job. I seem to like this one. 8 rounds straight there to close things out, right? 8 rounds straight. And then the entry frags were just coming their way round after round after round. Then they went, okay, well, we better put Zao over towards Banana. He gets one immediately traded. And that goes back into the trade percentage we were talking about. This is fantastic Counter-Strike coming here from Heroic. And I don't know how else to put it, but I think that Vitality are in a lot of trouble. Reverse sweep best of 5 doesn't happen.
Okay, can I play a little bit of inside baseball with people at home?
Sure.
Can I give you a little...
Are they catching?
I don't know. I don't know how it works. It's just something that people say. I don't know what baseball is. I play cricket at most. Point is, when we see best of 5s, we don't normally get excited until maybe 3rd map. Because of a good reason. It's normally quite even. The vetoes, they kind of work that way, and you come to that kind of pointy end towards the end. And if it is a stomp, it's normally kind of like, oh, it's the team we all expected to win, doing exactly what we expected. But it's weird right now. We're sat at a 2-0. Where the team who is the underdog, who hasn't been in this as much, who, shouldn't stylistically work as well against Vitality as we're seeing, who've been taking these pauses and going these massive counter runs, they are truly living up to the underdog reputation. And I think right now, I've gone from it's I don't know, a little bit of a mild worry for Vitality to, the alarm bells are ringing.
Right.
They're starting to go off in the background because map 2, it looked good, right? We were on for what we expected, and then suddenly...
Yeah.
All those rounds.
I mean, at the point where I kind of channeled back in, I saw it was 13 to Vitality, 8 to Heroic. Right. I'm like, okay, here we are. We're going into Nuke. Everyone's the full best of 5, grand finals, confetti, and now certainly I think this ship is starting to get a little rocky, a little bumpy, and you can see Stown, Han, and Nico have both been delivering in the capacity necessary in a final like this.
Yeah, in a big way, but it's the details, Alex. And I quickly want to do a bit of a skybox here. This is an impromptu one. I was trying to run through things last second there. So if we can load this one up for everybody at home, check this detail out, right? So they're going to come up Banana. I can kind of scrub through this a little bit quick. You're going to see the trades come through. They've killed 2 players on the site. Now, what I want you to see is they're still using all their utility. Everything's getting thrown on in, as you'd expect. But watch this. Borup is still clearing the site. So he's looking towards the site. He's pushed into that pool position. Now, watch the flash timing on this. Looking towards Coffin, back turned. Perfect timing shots, completely blind, getting the kill. They already killed 2 players on the site, but they still have the heads-up awareness to be crossing their T's, dotting their I's, checking all the boxes. Yeah. That is the details that is separating Heroic right now.
How many times, I said it in the cast, I mean it, how many times did we cut to a Vitality player and it's white screen into a headshot swing? Like, I mean, watching Zaiu's perspective, he's got to hold long. He sees the smoke coming in, he's waiting, and as Tessa starts to move, white. It's just really nice.
Great to
watch.
see.
Yeah, I'm
This is
actually
Counter-Strike.
I'm enjoying this. I want to be feeling like this biased caster hyping up Heroic, but it's legit, and they are legit. It's 2-0, and we're going to have to compose ourselves and prepare for Nuke coming up next.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors. And bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
If you want to know what you're good at, and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
ESL 1 Cologne Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, and GG Bet.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, third map of the grand final. Vitality, battered and bruised, lip bleeding. Zywoo, RPK, Apex, Shox, and Misuta, the French squad, stepping into Nuke. That is the turf, that is the territory where they will have to defend their honor. This was Heroic's pick. Falling flat on Inferno has put them into dire straits. Reverse sweeps in best of fives. Very, very uncommon. And for the French team to be in two back-to-back ESL 1 Cologne grand finals and to have it taken from them, first by the North American horse and now the Great Danes. It's Heroic up against Vitality. We head on into the pistol. Pansy and Sponge alongside me. Plenty of utility and already nades flying out. No one home for that. Just gonna blow off the door. It might be the vent dive, or at least trying to look like it. No, top sight. Zywoo, bit of trigger discipline here. Look how ratty they are. They're just wiggling around. Already early bloodshed favoring the T's.
They've come out and they mean business, but there's a playback coming through. Don't write them off just yet. There's a reason they're some of the best in the world. But Tessus keeping off. Now 1v1.
Wow.
Shox shows class in the end with the 3 kills.
Vitality, they really need to step up here. They really need to get this going. Nuke is one of the maps that we've looked at Heroic, and we've seen some phenomenal things, just the way they exploit CT-sided rotation. They're in absolutely no rush. They made our observer Rushley yesterday wish to never observe another Nuke game like that again. It was chaotic, topsy-turvy Counter-Strike, fights all over the map, and a big start, a necessary start for Vitality with the pistol round. But the Force Spy's back out, it's down on the AK, gonna crack open Squeaky, see if he can find an opening. Molotov will hold him at bay.
The last time you've seen someone like Cadian at ESL 1 Cologne, think of, you know, a little while ago, maybe 2015 or so, and he was joined with the teammates of Moses, Henry G, and Fiflaren on the analyst desk. So it's been a minute for this man. But what a time to come back. The grand finals. Best of 5, 2-0 up to the good. But now, Vitality have to do this here. This is something that there's no question marks about, no second chances. It's now or never. And it could open a big gateway, and we'll talk about it if it comes to it, but let's see what the T's do with this one.
You see no rush for this one. And first test, trying to pull out that utility from the CTs. There is minimal, in fact, none really remaining for anybody other than Zywoo. Shox hears the steps and reacts with a more passive stance. But they may not be descending. Apex is considering it.
The silence is deafening. We're at 30 seconds basically here. And look what the T's are. They've come back around. Stoun's just found RPK. Uh-oh, the CT's feeling a little uncomfortable here. Misuta tossed towards the bomb site itself. Really nice control from the young gun. Zywoo by his side. Here we go, Vitality.
All right, so Zywoo is going to be one of the keys here on the defense. Now, I was talking about the fact that Heroic like to string them out on all the different maps that we've seen of them. Mirage, getting mid-control, going back towards A ramp, posturing over towards B, coming back towards B for a double pump. Nuke is no exception. Here's the opening from Stout, picking up where he left off on the tail end of Inferno. But the reason I mentioned Zywoo's name is he's in flux, right? You're going to see him down in secret like we just did with that UMP. He's going to be there with that AWP, going to be there with rifles. If he can stifle, Nico is going to be the individual he has to deal with on the other side of things in a lot of these rounds. So look for that duel, see how that one plays on out. Apex as well as we get into the gun rounds. He likes to pick up an AUG, play in the back of warehouse, can be very potent with that there. Shox over towards ramp. will be another of these players rotating to the lower side, because Heroic, they take territory like nobody else at the moment on Nuke.
Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed watching it, and you'll get to enjoy it here. Their approach to the map, and woof, even in this eco, a deco for Stown, working wonderfully for him. Masuta might walk straight into his crosshair. Crouches under. Jiggle's not going to connect. Masuta should be set for a couple here. Maybe Masuta wasn't expecting Borup, so he does go down, forces the rebuy on 2. But that's nothing more than a light scab. No worries for Vitality, plenty of cash to splash. Heroic with the first buy.
Let's see if Heroic go with the same game plan. Nade open Squeaky, drop the Molotov, drop the smoke in front of the door so it can shroud the vent. We've been speaking about it all week long. They like to throw the late wall smokes. Nico can lurk around, he can go down to secret, he can play behind main. They also keep ramp busy at the same time. Molotov towards top of hut. All the go gear. Doesn't look like it will be the top play early. It's just Stown doing the standard. There's the nade, there's the molly. Smoke to follow. Shocks.
Oh, flashes, they're so good from Apex. The spray on the second, a little bit here and there, but it made it count, so it doesn't matter. Zai, we're going to be tasked with dealing with Stown if he keeps going, and he was a nightmare to handle on Inferno. Speaking of nightmares, this upper bomb side's looking like the plague's coming through. They're ravaging it. Stown catching towards it, does lose life. 4 up, can't make much more out of it. Vitality maintained stable. 3 players remain.
This couldn't be a better early signs from Vitality that your 2 highest rated players in the tournament are off to a flying start. Shock's gone 7-0. I mean, he's on the reverse bond right now. I don't know what you call that. A Don. 4-1 for Zaiwu as well.
Can we talk about where this map typically leans? Because we've seen Heroic on it a great deal. I don't know Vitality.
Vitality are good at this. They are good at this map. Yeah, it's a map that they can be, obviously, it will look very, very different when they get over to their T side, but it is a good map for them. It's one where they take space very quickly and in a completely different fashion to the way that we see Heroic go about things. This is going to be Nico now, going up against Zaiwu, gap in the smoke.
Patched out by Cadian and his smoke. 3 for the cross, but they don't want to go outside. They want to go inner. Double from Nico. That's colossal. And now to overcome it is only Apex and Shox. He's come up the vent, and he's met by Stown. Okay, Heroic. A lovely pivot. Outside smoke's given them the early fights they want. And Shox concedes his first death as Heroic find their first round.
So now we're feeling the ramifications of losing a couple of those guns to the pistols in the earlier. 2 players on the side of things for Vitality didn't have enough money to buy themselves. Will they get dropped guns? Will they go for lower weaponry? You can always get yourself in there with a bit of a MAC-10. Sorry, MP9, not MAC-10. We're on the wrong side of things here. Pistols, very potent. We've seen some 5-7 action when we go back to last week with Ethan. You guys can remember that far?
No.
No? Yeah, me either. Memory of a goldfish most of the time. But timeout for Team Vitality in the early stages. Just want to discuss that buy. There's the AUG in Apex that I was mentioning. He does really like to bring that one out. So with the AWP, so this is what they're looking for. Guns have been dropped across. Masuta has an M4 as well. RPK only onto the Deagle. So a serviceable buy. They've made it all work.
And you do have to take a little bit of that wind out of Heroic Sail, because they will be on such a high point after that last map. They've got to be feeling themselves here. So got to start pretty swiftly for Vitality, of course. Kind of quell that before it gets too much of a threat for them.
Zaiwu's drawn blood. 98% of the time, Vitality convert off of a Zaiwu open up.
And that's onto Stown. That's the danger man who plays with the rotations right there. So they know he hasn't slipped down the vent. They know that he can't be a late lurk out that squeaky door, and instead it's just going to be Heroic using... Well, they're not going to throw the smokes. They're not going to telegraph it. They're just going to fight off of this, or are they going to underarm a couple here?
See 2 smokes in hand. Cadian and Borup putting theirs down. Zaiwu... What? Flashed through smoke, still gets Tessus. Okay, fair enough. What the hell do we know about Counter-Strike compared to that man? Nico, Cadian, and Borup just trying to work their way forward. Shox is now there. Charges in like a bull in a china shop. This could be deadly. They're feeding into this. And we're in a 2v2 suddenly.
Yeah, I think Cadian's just managed to get himself out of dodge. That's aggressive from RPK and Borup. He gets himself a fresh mag, the jiggle. Phenomenal, all onto Zaiwu. That's 98%. He can control his own fate here. The nade looking positive, but he's hunted down, and Cadian, he denies it. Great work for Heroic's second, but getting so sketchy. They just kept throwing their bodies at it repeatedly. Borup's frag onto RPK, colossal. put it into a 1v2. This was the ZywOo frag, flashed as well, Lauren, you're bang on. Look at his elevating just enough. He gets half a second of Tessus, and the muscle memory does the rest.
It's a good sign that Heroic were able to deal with that aggression. Finally, we're seeing Vitality throw in some of that chaos on the CT side where they just put bodies on the line and hopefully they trade in their favor. Well, this time around, Heroic said no to that. I think Burrup had like 2 bullets left when he made that kill on the lower site there and had an opportunity to reload. So a very clutch frag right there, and it's just put Team Vitality down to the pistols. But Cadian's already here. He's going to get 3 of them.
Oh, no, his nades in his hands. Oh, wow. Okay, Mac 10 delivered. Little uncomfortable way to be going down like that. Was straight wallbanged. Borup just humiliates Apex into round 7.
Can't do much about it, can you? And RPK peering through the vents like a horror movie here, just flies up, gets put right back down. Now, Shox and Masuta kind of locked out by utility in the rifles. Trying to be a little cheeky, trying to get something out of this. As Heroic do start to build their empire into this map. As we saw previous in Inferno, it worked incredibly well. You gotta be careful. Don't want to lose these rifles here.
Yeah, I think best case scenario. Suter maybe lands a dink before he goes down. Shocks up heaven, maybe catching 1, keeping them held too close to that bomb explosion. It's pretty much the best they're going to get out of this. Stown, however, does look set for this collection. That's his 3rd of the round. Good to see him continuing to add numbers to his tally and his total. Nico's got a good idea. And we'll finish it off. So absolutely nothing to complain about for Heroic into round 7. We head into the 8th with a 4-3 scoreline. So Vitality's initial 4 have been matched in kind.
Remember what G2 did against Heroic? They were taking space. They were pushing ramp. We had Jax, going outside, getting in their face, going for some fights. So Vitality might want to greet it in a similar way. One of their early gun rounds came from Shox being out there near the T-Red crate and finding a multi-kill.
Well, he did the tweet. He said, P90 rush.
He's not. Borup's got it, I guess. Here we go. Let's see what he can do with it. Oh, God, if you die to that, you're going to be mad as hell. Shox is on the other side. He's blind. He's dead. I can't believe it. He's only gone and done it.
He's already still going lower. Okay, thank God the keeper was there.
It's a good save.
They already have ramp control and a minute 25 left on the clock. Look at all of this. Look at the space. Look how much room.
Hell, ramp. Do they have anyone
He's
in
going
lobby?
straight up.
Loud as well. Masuta's got to be concerned about that now. And I think if they can park KD in here with that sound cue and go back for a topside take through hut, you can see Masuta will be vulnerable. Yes, a push for lobby. Certainly viable.
This could be great for Apex. They need this so badly to work out well, and it's not. Suddenly, it's all looking worse for Wear, and Cadian's position still commanding the attention of 2 of the players.
Yeah, they have to. They know there's something. A miss, and that's a great one from RPK. Needed more. Heroic have a huge advantage again. ZywOo outside, scratching his head. Cadian spotted and not dead. Misses. Needs to descend. Might have another chance of this one. Just the tip of Cadian's head. He has spotted him. Eyes of a hawk. ZywOo, 2 kills in the round. Looks like it might be Heroic's equalizer, though.
Nico's coming from lower here. He might get in with the timing if he pulls out his gun. Oh, taking the AWP away. That's what he wanted to hold on to. And now look at the money situation for Vitality. It's in the bin already. It's going to have to be a partial buy here. Just some pistols, maybe some SMGs. They can't fully invest. And this is how it kicked on off. The P90, that felt like a lifetime ago that Borup found this. Didn't even feel like this round.
Yeah, for those that missed it, Cadian did a tweet. 2,000 likes and a P90 rush will happen in the grand final of Cologne. Well, you got it.
He did get like a casual 4K lights. I think we're probably overdue maybe another one.
Look, I asked him for just 5 entertaining maps or competitive maps. Well,
he's over-exceeded expectations so far.
No, he's not delivering.
Well, that's not on him. He's delivering. We're looking the other side, Chad.
All right. Full lobby, calling it clear. Probably audible to Stown. Yeah, he's hearing all of that. It's just smoke and mirrors. They want to disappear down towards the ramp. Very mobile CT side. And they're making no secret of some of their positions. Tessus right to be concerned. Apex in that warehouse. It's a prime angle because they have to focus on the close corners in mini.
So they open and close the door lower. Is Tessus hearing this? You might have an idea that there are players in the lower site. And now, Heroic go back towards lobby to comb on through. They heard all the earlier footsteps. Oh, Tessus, he's been seen.
Oh, wow. Great shots. It's a hard weapon to recover, though. Won't necessarily have huge ramifications. The spray from Nico does pop off ZywOo. And a top site walkout. Apex, only one to contest. RPK has managed to get himself tucked in as well.
Pacing of this makes me a
time.
little nervous. 40 seconds, gotta go now. Yeah, that's not bad. We do have somewhat clean, but RPK still there. They're finding it hard to put his utility into play. Stown doing the best he can to keep both hands firmly on this round as Nico to close.
It feels like they're doing so much, but there's so much time left on the clock.
Right.
And I thought I'd be saying time at that point, but there's still a reasonable 20, 30 seconds for that 1v1 to play out, had it gone down to it. Borup gets the MVP of round 9. Nice double kill from him. You could see him just swinging in. He knew the attention would be drawn towards the hut presence. And catching 2 Vitality members sleeping. Still, this is CT side Nuke. This is Heroic's pick. And it's Heroic's chance to make this one of the faster grand finals.
And this is Heroic with 5 in a row. Oh.
God almighty, Stown, are you kidding me? This is the grand finals! ESL on Cologne, online, etc. You're playing against the likes of Shox, RPK, Zywoo. These guys are titans. And now, they're looking mere mortal. 3 now stand, and it's going to be Zywoo to try and make a difference, but look at all of them. They're trying to like stack up here. They've seen that bomb down. They've seen the util. They know there's something going on, but it's all the T's coming online. Misuta can't make it count, and Heroic continue on this tear they're on.
Oh dear.
It is 6 in a row. Yeah, just wanted to confirm it.
This is running away from Vitality now.
Starting to see 10K. This was the opening kill as well. Shox walking through that smoke, and some of the shots these guys are getting. It's just cleaner. A joyful Hunden, and then immediately resets back into the next round, a furrowed brow. This is serious business. Very exclusive club, the champions of ESL 1 Cologne through the years. 2014 our first as we filled the floor of Gamescom. RPK and Zywoo's bodies now fill the floor of Cedar Creek. Set for 7 here. Very quick to turn the trigger. Cadian's got Apex. Shox really locked out. Stown's above him already. Floating around the lobby.
This is a mauling right now.
Yeah, this is a one-sided affair. Oh, he flashed him. Revealed his location. 9 bullets left. And that's that.
That's a 1-on-4, and they're still flashing into main to clear it. I want to really push that point home for everybody. They are not giving anything up here. In a 1-on-4 situation, they are still flashing for one another. They are not taking any risks right now, Heroic. If you're going to paint one thing to their name, they're diligent. This team, we know they do the prep. We know Hunden's going to be a bit of a mastermind in that regard, but still, they're not letting this get ahead of themselves. 7 rounds, if they stay like this, if they continue this composure, they could run away with a half. They could have an 11-4 T side here. Right now, you've got Apex down there on 3 kills. I talk about when he's feeling the game, when that in-game leader is making the right calls, the right reads, that it can amplify the way the rest of the team plays. Well, right now, 3 kills to the name, that's not enough, and the Aug's going to come out again. So we need a change here from Vitality. They've tried aggression on these low-buy rounds. Shox tried aggression over towards ramp before he got sat down real quick by Stown. 11 kills for Stown as well. He was a beast over there on Inferno. And back we go. Vitality, you need to get on the board, and you need to do it now.
Double AWPs coming out, Alex. This looks like they are doing the we need it and we need it now. How bad do you want it, Vitality? Because here come the T side. Here comes Heroic.
Oh, what? Zywoo missed. He still gets 1. But are they ready for Apex? Org, fully loaded. Backs are turned. This looks promising.
Borup heard him.
Borup got the sound cue and just beheads him. He doesn't even get to put his finger on the trigger. Masuta could have the element of surprise here, but rare to see Heroic caught off. Borup's ready. And so's Masuta, does find the necessary frag. Now a 3v2. Bombs in the hands of Nico, and it does look like their intentions are to plant now. Shave some time off the clock. Change the dynamic. The CTs have to come to them now.
Okay, Tessus. Oh, Nico's got himself a little up there. That's not bad. His HP now being so low isn't such a problem, especially with shots like that. And now the 2v2. Shox and RPK, the classics, the true veterans, now feeling the pressure a little here. Tessus still posted up on the site, playing calm, playing collected.
Interesting that Shox has kept the AWP. I think it's because he wants to try and win the duel on Nico, but he's not giving it to him. A much tighter line held.
Okay.
You're right, Chad. They're running out of time. In about 5 seconds, this round is over. Jiggle from RPK, and that's enough. They have to pull out. They have to pull the plug. The somber tone to the Vitality's first half here. 4 rounds, and that was the first 4 of play. And it's 8 in a row from Heroic, already 2-0 up in the series. Every time they've been doubted so far, they have risen to the occasion. And it seems this third map, another example of it. ZywOo, an uncharacteristic miss. In a round he had a chance to do a lot of influence, or have a lot of influence rather. That was the warning shot, and that was enough for them to get the hell out of Dodge.
Before the grand final, Vitality had only lost 2 maps in this entire tournament. They were to Danes. That was to Astralis. Now they've lost another 2, almost 3, and it's to the Danes once again. The frustration now, if it's not mounting on the Vitality side, I don't know what is. The buy comes through, the AUG once more, the AWP for ZywOo. They have what they need, but they can't find the kills. They can't find the impact.
Heroic are breaking them.
Again!
With this sort of play, what are they meant to do? Misuta's now dead in the water. There's nothing he can achieve. Apex, it's all about timing and a little bit of luck, maybe info off of RPK. There's one. Tessa's for free, but Nico may not go down so easy.
Distracted and double peaked. ZywOo trying to change things on his own. He's been spotted and does frag out. A necessary one for their start.
Shox needs to think twice before he rears his head up here. He really needs to consider this. Oh!
He actually tagged him.
Tickler damage to Stown, but at least they know his position.
And again, caught with nades in his hand. It's great timing from RPK. It's great fragging as well. We said it was necessary. Tank steps up. No time or health, really, for Stown. Time? I should correct myself. Plenty of that. Sound cue for Stown and a gap to work with. He could...
Big gap. Oh. Oh, every round, doesn't it just feel like there's a chance?
Certainly. 5. Not enough for a CT side on Nuke. Certainly not when you're up against the ropes, when you're up against elimination in the series on this map. This is a great round from RPK. You can see, it's all about time. When they nade the door at the start of the round, as the top side player, it's just about getting that timing right. It's about Reed's communication. He did. It was just as Heroic were looking to set up. Back into the fray. That full loss bonus still flowing. Still weapons and all the bells and whistles you require. Smoked off for now. ZywOo unable to contest. He's actually descending the ladder early, and it could be the right choice. If they get access to ramp room, Shox controls the answer to that question.
He's probably scorned from that P90 run-in. He's probably had his fair share of poor luck here, but falls away well. Stown on the other side.
They're on him already.
Catches him. Look at this pace they're coming in with. Isolates Stown, able to get through and back towards ramp. Nicely done by Shox, but the T's do take territory.
Yeah, cool as a cucumber. He repeaks as well. Oh, this is so nice. No, Nico wants to keep it competitive. Could be difficult, not if Cadian starts finding frags though, and he has. Misuta inquisitive towards the squeaky door, and he loses his life in the process.
They're not out of danger yet. Look, Vitality don't know where to position themselves right now. Cadian can take a lot of space in this yard position. If he can isolate Apex, who's having to worry about ladder base because ramp's being given up, there's a real shot here.
Catches him. Just sliding out of hell.
God.
Completely unaware. ZywOo can fill this gap, though. There is a molly for the stairs, and Cadian will throw it. Not if he jiggles and gets caught. Okay, ZywOo keeps his team with the advantage. Nico looking to pivot topside.
This could be a game-defining round for Nico if he finds the space. A molly, a flash, 20 seconds. RPK was the one towards him. And now Nico clear in sight, spots out RPK. It's game on, 10 seconds now. Molly goes in, sees ZywOo. He's up for the fight! And ZywOo...
1 HP. Gets away with murder. My goodness, puts the 6th on the board. It doesn't matter how close it was. 1 HP is all it takes to keep his heart beating, and Vitality's perhaps too, a sign of life for the appropriately named team.
That was a 3v5 though, let's remember. They've clawed that back and almost made it work. Heroic are never down and out on this T side of Nuke. They are so potent. Catch that.
So the maths, he loses 1 point of health from that molly hitting him as well. The ticks weren't quite there, wow. Game of inches and millimeters, and that's the opener. Stown slaps Apex back to spawn.
Just locked and loaded from the very start. Stown playing just off the back of spawn, running in, takes the shot, switches it out, job done, no worries. Cadian, pick it up, have fun. I've done my work for you already.
Here's a nice little lineup if you're looking to do the close smoke for the wall of smokes. Nico's got a safe one you can throw there.
ZywOo's already waiting though, so if Nico just trickles out like he normally will, ZywOo should get a freebie. If he doesn't go at all, that's information. So key jewel right here. ZywOo will be Molotov'd out of position, can actually tuck on in, still maintaining ground.
He'll be able to call it clear, right? That's going to be powerful information for the 4 remaining CTs.
Shox needs to get into the top side, though. This is very isolated. Masuda's looking towards Yard. He has to be careful of them coming through main. RPK is the only one really looking at the top side right now, and Shox is so far away with this rotation.
Right, these first frags are going to have so much impact. Masuda fluffs his lines. The double kill from Tessa's quite the opposite, and a wild shot's not going to get him anywhere. If anything, it's the Tracer Fire Nico wants to work with, and that's what ZywOo does straight back. Shox has the element of surprise into Cadian. They've got a real shot here. Shox has got a double. Tessa's continuing to impress. It's ZywOo, can't clutch, and a 9-6 half. My goodness, heroic. They're 7 rounds away from winning ESL 1 Cologne.
I've been running over all the corners of my mind, trying to find a story to believe. And I've been getting sick of how I'm spending all my time, searching for a way to find relief. And I can stay inside, go to sleep, but I feel like I need to let go. And I can spin a web of any story that I like, but tonight I wanna make a masterpiece. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar. I'm just trying to learn from all the things that I've been told. I'm gonna paint a new reality. It doesn't take a lot to turn a person into gold. Yeah, I've been getting good at alchemy. And you can stay inside in the dark, but without it, you never let go. And when you're done with hiding and you wanna have control, you and I can find a perfect fantasy. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar.
When we left you, I reminded you they are 7 rounds away, heroic, up against Team Vitality, and this is the French squad that have caused an uproar on the they run through the playoffs. Many great teams have fallen by the wayside in pursuit of the very same goal that just these two now are dedicated to this evening. Myself, Pansy, and Sponge, alongside with all of you watching at home, start to prepare for the potential of this being a 3-0 grand final. To change my mind is going to be Vitality. Cadian has gone for the ballsy non-investment into this CT pistol. Gorik's burning, a full topside take, nothing he can do about that. Nico, no armor. He's got util. What were their intentions? How does this shape up? How does this start? The flip the scripts, down on the hunt. He hears steps, RPK. He needs a clean one and Stout. Oh my goodness, that is astounding. Looking for 10. Into the site. He's been so precise, distracting enough. It's on to Masuta, nothing. And here we go. Heroic. 6 rounds from lifting the trophy.
They're creating their own reality, and who can stop them? This is incredible from these boys. Half of these players coming into this, you would have never given them a way out of maybe playoffs, groups. You could have questioned them there. But they have been performing beyond all of our expectations. They have truly risen to the occasion and then beyond. But it's not over yet. You can see that round is the gateway, though. This is the stepping stone.
Coming into this team, and the way that we addressed them on the desk was that Stown was the superstar of the roster, but he didn't need to be. He's come alive in the grand final here. Inferno, he was clinical towards the tail end. Nuke, he has been destroying as far as opening jewels are concerned. This youngster was on the Fragsters roster not that many years ago.
Fast pace.
Very fast. Zywoo into the site and already lost his life, and it does seem to be going back and forth. As the dust settles, Stown still alive and chased down. Look at this. Apex just holding W. Tessus with his knife out.
But it's only Apex. After all of this, he's the only one standing. Apex gets himself an orb, Stown's on 12 HP, and Nico in the back lines. Locked and loaded, looking exactly at this. And Apex, you have to dig deep, and it's not going to happen. Stown's on for it. He's got 4 kills. He is making so many plays for this side. 20 kills now. I don't know what to say anymore. Heroic have won hearts and minds, I think, everywhere watching these boys play.
Well, I can tell you 5 individuals who really aren't cherishing the Heroic storyline, and that's going to be Team Vitality, needing to find a way back in. It won't be in this round. It's just going to be Deagles. Certainly got the individuals. If ever there was a team that could take control and take over with only the Desert Eagle, it would be them. Caden's whipping out the AWP round 3, and it enables him to pluck off the head of Zywoo. Another, this time from Nico. And they are just getting massacred on the cross. There's no one left. Borup pockets a cheeky 900 from the Alligator frag. 12. Before this game gets serious. Okay, weapon time. Vitality, this has to be a very well-executed round.
This could be quick, couldn't it? I was expecting a long day at the office here. I was really settling in for a 5-map affair. Spoke to Katie earlier in the day, asked for my legitimate opinion on what was going to happen. I said, I think it's 5 maps is going to be close, and if they let you tilt, if they make you tilt, it's all over. But they are surprising me right now. This is some phenomenal CS, the consistency of this squad.
So it all comes down to Vitality now, right? We've had the bar set by Heroic. Vitality, where's your answer? Where's your response? Where's that team that everyone was telling me to look towards? Where's Zywoo to pop off, be the game changer, be that instigator?
Just a tidbit, but love what Borup was, bloody hell, Borup was doing there.
Apart from that.
Yeah, please never do that again, Borup. But that he was crouching on that top silo, and he basically deterred the 2 players considering early hub presence just by that shrapnel being laid into Apex at rather long range for a shotgun. So outside smokes being thrown out, Masuta and Apex responsible for those, and just as the molly fades, it's perfect. Strunks will throw one of his own towards the secret stairs to ensure safe passage. Bomb's not there, though. What does that mean? They're boosting in the smoke. Oh, Cadian's not ready for this at all. Dunked on, and we're off to the races. Vitality to convert.
I remember getting flashbacks to that Kenny and Cadian fight almost on the other side of things, and he got a little outclassed by it, but that time, I mean, Zywoo just had his number. But now we got to say, keep eyes on that bomb. Where was it? It wasn't with that pack. It's kind of over here, towards Hut, towards Borup. So wait and see what he can do, because this T-side is poised to crunch up here.
Yeah, how's Down found Zywoo into the site was perfect for the shotgun, but RPK way too quick. Masuta's found another as well. Down can't do anything when RPK's hitting his shots. It's a double to enable the 7th for Vitality. We said it had to be perfect, and it looks pretty damn close. 4 players still alive. AWP to be retrieved. Nico thought better of it. Interesting. He wanted to get some fracking done instead, but a turn of his back, and RPK gets himself his 3rd of that round. Vitality coming into this one, that is their first T round. And it's going to have to be much more if we want to be seeing maps 4 and 5. Overpass was Vitality's pick, and they may not even get a chance to see it. Not unless RPK keeps hitting us with more of these. Great control. Just making sure Nico gets nothing to save. Okay, so 12-7. Love the boost over the smoke. Don't get to see that one all too often.
It's quite nice, isn't it? we have on each side? Tessa's a little lower than the others, but let's see what the T's can do on this one. It's all down to them. They have to set the tempo, the pace. They're the ones with the deficit, of course. A lot of pressure now starting to mount towards them. Zywoo patrolling the outside area, as is the man by his side, Shox. It's actually Zywoo to find Nico. Quite surprised at that. I thought it would be Shox, but he just pounces. Nice work between the T's. But Tessus, what is that, Tessus? The man's insane. He just walked up from ramp, and suddenly, he just switches this entire round on its head.
God, their comms must be just full of joy, celebration, and disbelief. Tessus, he can't believe it. He's just playing his favorite video game, and he's hitting these kind of shots in a grand final. As the wind whistles on Nuke. Shox helpless. 6 HP in a dream, descending to that lower site. And not a single heroic member currently in a position to contest that, so he will at least be able to provide an extra 800. But this would be putting heroic on 13. That's touching distance of a ESL 1 Cologne title. Team Liquid lifting the trophy from 2019, beating Team Vitality. 2 grand finals, back-to-back years for the French, and yet the cabinet gathering dust. It reaches its conclusion.
That's 13 now.
This is simmering away, isn't it?
I mean, it is for Vitality, right? I mean, Heroic just won that off the back of 3-1 deeks.
Well,
I don't know about simmering.
Yeah,
when it
okay.
comes to this.
It's boiling for Heroic right now, but the series itself, the grand final that we have here today that we woke up for, I guess that's added some spice to the mix, as we're really running out of chances and options here. I was going to start building the storyline. If Vitality could bring this back, we go to Overpass next. There's a chance for Vitality. We saw what they did yesterday against the Ninjas in Pajamas. They were looking good. They're winning the final round of the game with just 2 rifles on their stars. They have to take the time out here. Vertigo, if we went the distance, if we went the full 5, Vitality undefeated last 3 months. A map that we've seen Heroic struggle on here on the mainstream, but no, it's not to be. Heroic, 13 rounds now. 3 more, that's all they need in the timeout from Vitality. That's going to tell a story. That's going to paint a picture. They can buy back in. The rifles are out. A light spread of utility here. Molotovs, smokes, couple of flashes. Not a lot to work with. The headshots are going to be key. Sounds silly, but that's all they can hope for.
It's time for Vitality. It's all on the line now. No more second guessing, no more chances. It's do or die for these boys. 7-13, Heroic have given their hearts and souls to this, and we just need to see life from Vitality, because right now their eyes are looking like they're losing that shine, and there's Nico. Look at this. Could be so disruptive to all of this potentially.
Shock's got to be cognizant that it's possible, right? Very, very audible for Nico's very aggressive stance. They're throwing nades at them. Down dunks on Shox. Zywoo distracted. They're not going to check him. A double in quick succession. This 14th round is almost already converted. We've still got 70 seconds left on the clock. Borup's off angle's positive, and they're not even going to be seeing him. This is clinical. RPK with a 1v3 to keep Vitality's dreams more realistic. A smoke to try and draw fire. Isolate the jewels. It's certainly not out of the realms of RPK's wheelhouse. He's going to find the chance onto Nico. That's info at least.
Those dreams you're talking about are soon becoming nightmares. The smoke's about to fade. He's getting closed in on, so every single step he takes could cost him now.
As a molly. Oh, the timing. He pulls out the bomb, and Tessus can't believe his luck. That's the 14th, folks. 2 away from a 3-0 in our European ESL 1 Cologne final. This was 1, 2. I'm going to do some counting. Hang on. 3, because he pulled out the bomb. 4. So 4 of those 5 kills, Vitality were either shot in the back or didn't have a weapon out. That's a nasty way to be losing the round. That is unpleasant. And quite the contrary, of course, for the Danish roster. RPK's got a little bit of a
Is he going?
glimmer in his eye here. No.
French fans, no stranger to heartbreak with these boys. You've seen the highs and lows, but I thought maybe, just maybe, this was the right scenario for them. These opponents could have been right, and this is the first start for them in a while. But look at the CC. CC side are pushing. Cadian is going through Squeaky in the grand finals. He spots one. Does he predict Shocks, though? Shocks just off to the left. He has Stown with him, but now there's pressure coming in from the other side. They have to split the attention. He looks back. He's doing a bit of a dangerous dance here. Stown comes alive, comes online at the right time.
They're just exploiting the greed from Vitality. They know that by taking an AWP shot in Squeaky, like taking a frag, never mind that, Stown can just hold for the push, and that's amazing from Shocks. My God, an ace clutch? No, not in a grand final, not with 10 HP. No, no, no. Cadian and Borup just trying to button it up. Make sure this one doesn't get a little awkward. And Shocks just through pure, unadulterated aim has managed to make a situation that was supposed to be impossible. Possible. 30 seconds. Heaven likely to be the final port of call. He has ramp as well available to him in this direction. Time, sound cues, all a factor in this.
If he goes ramp, Borup's got him. He's not going to be able to clear the site.
He's going to have to just sit there like a vulnerable darkened plant.
Not even a smoke, not a molly, nothing to hold them at bay here. He's not even going to get the bomb down. Worst case for Shocks here is dying after the time, and that could even happen.
Oh my God, 10 seconds, yeah. Borup can't believe his luck. Wait for the sound cue, swing open the doors.
See ya, mate. 15 to 7 right now.
Oh my God, it's happening. It really is.
Wounded only joined this roster at the tail end of April.
What a turnaround. I mean, we saw them in the DreamHack Grand Final. It was starting to get on everybody's radar. But the teams that they have bested to get here, it's just a laundry list of world-class teams. A full 3-mapper versus G2. Complexity, the juggernaut that couldn't. Fnatic, the Swedes, who have legacy in the arena of the Lanxess themselves. And now one final trophy, one final opponent, one final hurdle, one final round. Heroic for the 3-0.
This round is adding the signature to the fairy tale that's just been written about Heroic. Shocks, though, still operating. We saw those kills last round. He's still looking fiery, still looking a little bit hot to handle, so you can't get ahead of yourself in Heroic. They won't be just yet. Apex trying to be the game changer. Moves in towards Stown, and now Shocks. There he is. This is the potency, but bear in mind, Tessus and Borup are still standing. But this is nice from Vitality.
Is it a little too late, though? Oh, Tessus is still alive. Hero of the past of Nuke. If he can get more, that's big. Can he get a third?
Impossible. Oh, quick reactions.
He dinked him.
He did.
Where's Borup?
He's in a bit of an island here.
The money's not great on the Heroic side if we're going to start looking at the bank accounts, but Borup has a chance. They're going up ladder. Okay, there we go. We can breathe a little bit. So can Vitality. But this is a mountain to climb. Getting back into this one, it just seems so unlikely. Fighting on the T side of Nuke from 15-7 down.
Yeah, good to see Apex in the feed. Double kill, good contributions. You can see that this test is stink. An initial frag. As you like. Nice final frag to confirm that Vitality will have another bite. But my goodness, quite the fight. 6 rounds in a row required.
So on bonuses.
Oh, hold up.
Eco.
What are the odds? What are the chances? Surely they don't just go into a ramp stack.
No, surely not.
The
Shocks is already
Rat King in the
crossed. He's going lower. Maybe that one means they want to go ramp?
I don't know. Let's...
Yeah,
I couldn't. I couldn't.
Oh, please.
It's yours. It's USPs. Nothing to be concerned about here. Oh, that would be an intimidating one to turn the corner.
I don't know. I don't like that too much.
Oh, no.
Chad, I don't like what these zone knows. What's happening?
Well, Zawa was limping over there. I thought Masuta was getting a little bit excited too, but never mind. Okay, all right. In-game leader, leading from the front, walking Shocks.
They're just all up the ladder, this totem pole of blue.
He's seen a couple of heads.
Yeah, should be able to piece this together. The USPs heading into the site. There is no kits, of course. There's no nothing. It's only USPs. And Apex, Masuta, starting to catch some bullets here. It's only 2 casualties. Tessus desperately trying to recover something. He's got none left. Triple kill for Apex, continuing to pad up those stats and start this journey in pursuit of what was 6 consecutive rounds, now 5.
They can't slip up, they can't stumble. There's not even a chance for Vitality here if they make any foot faults. This is the worst place to find yourself, the T side of Nuke. My brain just goes back to the previous versions where I'm used to 13-2 CT halves. And just the idea of having to climb this mountain on the T side. I know it's a new game, I know it's a new decade.
Look, we've seen the changes in the economy and how it works and how you can punish the CT side, but I'm with you. It does seem like a bit of a reach. Oh no, Alex, what's going on?
My goodness, Borup has just come alive, and he's third as well. His first ESL 1 Cologne, and Borup could have done enough to secure it right here and right now. 3 casualties, Vitality, comms falling silent. Zywoo, he has not got a part to play in this. Shox does though, and he's caught Cadian, trying to stabilize, trying to catch their grip, but they're letting it slip.
This hole is so deep.
Oh my God. Bear in mind, Apex is in spawn still. He's just baffled, protecting that bomb like his little nest egg, and don't walk in there. Don't go into where all your teammates died.
Yeah, he's walking into the lion's den. And Borup, for quad kill for grand final point for the trophy. This is the first Cologne for Borup, Cadian, Tessus, and they're the last team standing. Unbelievable. Absolutely incomprehensible. Certainly for the French. Wow, Cadian can't quite believe it. Meticulous in the server, victorious in Cologne, your champions of European ESL 1 Cologne. A 3-0. Vitality fall again on the grand final stage. Back-to-back years, back-to-back disappointment. Sours the mood of a fantastic tournament. And quite the opposite as Copenhagen gets a little louder. Borup's just getting the GGs in the chat. That'll settle in about a week's time.
I can't believe the way that that finished. I cannot believe that they just won on a light pistol buy, pushing into lobby with Borup going absolutely mental. We say not like this, but what a way for this to fizzle on out and for Heroic to get it done in style. What a tournament.
3 players on this roster, this is their first ESL 1 Cologne. To walk into a tournament for the first time and to best the very best and to lift that trophy, regardless of the global pandemic, regardless of everything else, they stand vigilant, and it is Heroic from the Danes. We've got to now put our heads back together. Mountain Dew Game Fuel post-match is upon us.
Dear.
Oh boy. It's time for you guys as well at home to let us know which one of the many was your favorite. We're going to run through them now and have a look at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel power plays. Up in the list, starting it off with Borup. He just finished off the grand finals in style, but this was the very first map and he was already contributing in buckets and spades.
Look, I'm going to be honest, Borup's been great, but Stown really caught my eye. So I'm hoping we see a little bit of that down the line, but that was certainly very nice. And Borup's been, quite a nice little addition, it looks like. And again, these are now ESL 1 Cologne champions. When I say Borup, it doesn't slot into my brain as the place to be, but they deserved every second of it now.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they really did. Another individual very impressed by Nico. The fact that he has the audacity to walk into Counter-Strike with the namesake Nico. Yeah, this was an ace. Second round, he's got an M4 up against the force buy from the French. 10 seconds. He didn't care as he mowed down all 5.
Everybody had their moments here, didn't they? Nico has been instrumental. A lot of audacious plays from him, but anchoring down the pit there, fantastic stuff. You love to see it. It's one of my favorite positions on any map, and he makes it look stylish.
And this one upset me. This one really upset me because somebody stole Stown's ace. I'm furious. I'm absolutely furious. You wanted to see him? We'll check it out now as well. See if you remember this one. Charging down middle, taking some initiative, and taking down Vitality a peg.
Oh, this was nice, wasn't it?
It was this shot onto Shox that really impressed as well, right? Boop.
You adjust the crouch, the headshot, the see you later.
Still there. there.
It's all there. What does
dear.
that? So how many we got? We got 4. So the final one, and it would be weird if his name wasn't in the list. Let's check it out. It is none other than the French sniper, and this was a huge round in the grand scheme of things. Didn't manage to convert the Inferno, goes without saying, but this was him taking matters into his own hands.
Grabs the third as well from the site here. So it was a big round, but look, Zywoo today, he was having games, he was doing what he does. Heroic were just better. They were just the better team. There's no other way that you can split it. The type of Counter-Strike they played, the style in which they played, the fact that they were poised, they didn't let the frustration, which was the biggest issue that I saw coming through here. This is inexperienced players. Yeah. You know, I know that we're playing from home. I know that you have that people are going to lean on that, but still, this is a grand final. This is ESL 1 Cologne. It's a big deal.
Yeah, and okay, I understand that the lights, the crowd, it is a different beast, and we like to talk about how different that beast is. However, circumstances dictate it's not worth it. Why would you get upset about something you can't control? And these guys have thrived within those circumstances, yes. But at the end of the day, are we not here just to celebrate good Counter-Strike?
Precisely.
Now, and at the end of the day, were they not the team playing the best Counter-Strike here in Cologne?
And no one can doubt their run. Keep in mind the opponents they had to go through. I don't think anyone can say, oh, they had the easy run to the finals. Oh, that group. Nah. No, they are the real deal. They have shown some incredible Counter-Strike, and I don't think many others are playing to that level right now. A couple have shown some tendencies of good coaching coming and the ability to kind of corral those younger players, but this is the paramount example of it, and I am blown away by how good they are.
All right, guys, I'm looking forward to this one. It's Casper the Friendly Ghost. It's Monsieur Cadian, the victorious and a champion of ESL 1 Cologne 2020, calling into the studio.
He's put on his shirt.
He's put on his shirt for this one. Hey, mate. So you've done a couple of things in Counter-Strike. I remember I did a desk with you in Counter-Strike, but lifting an ESL 1 Cologne trophy wasn't in your cabinet until about 5 minutes ago, dude. How are you feeling?
Listen, man, winning a big trophy in Counter-Strike was not in my cabinet before this. 2015, I was on the desk for Cologne, only dreaming about reaching a final or getting that far in a tournament. Now we're the champions. Honestly, it's unbelievable. What a road for this team, what a road for me. I'm so speechless, man. This is, I don't know.
That's raw happiness, brother.
I didn't expect this.
That's raw happiness. Enjoy that. Don't let that run away from you.
Casper, you told me today it was going to be 3-1. You didn't let him get a map. What happened? Was the veto? Did you were expecting them to pick a Vertigo as their first pick?
Yeah, we definitely thought they would be picking Overpass or Vertigo as like their first map pick. So when they picked Inferno, we were caught a lot by surprise. They haven't played it since the player break, so I guess I was kind of expecting that they found out a lot of new tactics and tendencies and so on. But in my opinion, Inferno is also one of our strongest maps, one of our top 3. So when they did that, I don't know, I had a lot of confidence in the veto, but I also knew one thing, which was that map 3, Nuke, that was our best chance of winning the series. If we had to go to Vertigo or Overpass, it might be way more difficult.
Yeah, we were starting to paint that picture here if it was going to look that way, but you guys kept it so clean right there. Now, I want to just go back to the start of map number 1, because the camera shots, you can't see your teammates, but we got to see a couple of their reactions. And early, it looked like they were finding a few frustrations. Now, it was relatively clean for you guys, but was there more nerves and more chatter on TeamSpeak while you were in that first map? Did you have to calm them down?
Well, Hunton kept telling us to just play calm and so on, and actually I feel like our communication throughout the entire game, and especially in Mirage, was very calm. We had a very good structured T-sides mixed with a little bit of randomness, and I think the frustration came from that even the rounds that we lost, I feel like we had the advantage. At no point we felt like Vitality outplayed us or we were just getting owned. We ended up in so many good situations that it could have been an even bigger victory in some sense. But yeah, I'm so proud. Listen, these guys were the youngest team in top 20, and look at these young boys that I have alongside me. They were still hitting headshots. They were still listening. They were still doing everything they should. I mean, damn.
Yeah, and just before we go, I'm going to read that list one more time, because these are names I think we're going to have to get quite familiar with. Cadian, Borup, Stown, Tessus, Nico. Any fun facts about these boys? People don't know much about your gang. You got any weird Borup tendencies? He has to have his hat backwards, otherwise he doesn't frag. I mean, what's the situation? Let's learn.
I mean, to be completely honest, we are a quite weird combination of humans. A lot of fun tendencies. One of the Tessus' strengths is definitely that he can kind of hold different angles. You'll find out when we go to LAN why he can do that. And I mean, I don't know. Honestly, having Nico in the team is kind of the same fairy tale story as when he was winning Stockholm with North. when he plays games like this, he doesn't give a fuck. Like he goes into the game with so much confidence and like in a certain way disrespect to the opponents that it makes his teammates feel confident. And yeah, Stan was having one hell of a game on Nuke, Borup to close it out. Hunton, mad props as well. Like when we saw who the other semifinal was, he knew that he had to prep 5 new maps before the final, and that took a lot of work for him to do last night and this morning. But he did it. He fought through it. Mad respect to him. He's a big part of this journey as well. And yeah, damn. Thank you.
Caden, I don't want to sour the mood here, mate. I want to ask you a serious question right now, though. And I know you're a man who loves a good speech and you get fired up, but you know, as well as I do, what's going to come out of the mouths of people in the community going forward, right? You guys worked really hard. This is online Counter-Strike. You've just proven that you guys are a top-tier team, and the type of Counter-Strike that you played was phenomenal. It was meticulous. But what are you going to do? What are you going to say to those people who are saying, this is online, it doesn't count, this is nothing from Heroic? How are you going to prove them wrong? What's going to be the next step?
Well, I have a ESL 1 Cologne trophy that don't. And looking at all the other teams playing, I don't think anyone is not taking these situations serious. We know that Corona might be affecting the scene for the next couple of months still. So no one is just like leaning back. Everyone is fighting their hardest to win. I know that by watching all the other teams as well. And you got to make the most of what you have, right? You can't only eat what is served. And right now, online CS is served, and we're definitely grabbing our part of that meal as well. And I mean, yes, it is going to be a difficult situation for us transitioning into LAN play, but I'm confident that maybe not in the first run or in the second run, but we will get there eventually. And yeah, look out for Heroic, because this is only going to give us even more fire and even more motivation.
Yeah, I would love if the journey for your team starts with a trophy lift at Cologne, bro. I'm looking forward to the twists and turns and what comes next. I want to just say congratulations, and I'll let you go celebrate with your team. I hope you called your mum. I know that's important. Did you get that one done?
No, I'll have to do that right now, actually.
All right, I'll let you go do
cry,
that.
So it's better that I do that.
Edit out. I'm glad you did it after. All right, mate. Peace out. Cadian, one of the champions of Cologne.
And I think we've just seen the potential of these guys, right? And in the most poignant way. They are tournament winners, trophy lifters. These guys are true champions. Now, when and if the scene ever gets back to what it was and people get to have that argument they will, of course, love to have, they know exactly what they can achieve.
Yeah, proving
They've
people
seen
wrong.
it. They've literally seen what they can do. So I can't wait to see them thrown into that.
We'll see, exactly. And I know that proving people wrong is one of the most addictive things you have in this world. We do have the results in, though, from your Mountain Dew Game Fuel power plays, that's what they're called. Let's have a look. So a reminder of how they worked. It was Borup with a 3K on Mirage. This was, of course, right at the start of the series, and he had some lovely spray control on that slither gap for the final frag. An ace from Nico, sitting in the pit, sitting pretty, and finding the full 5K. Running down that clock to 7 seconds really cost Vitality, and Nico was ready to punish. And after that one, of course, he gets the frag, and then we venture into Stown, pushing down mid.
I love Sound playing today. I think he's one of my new little kind of pocket pick favorite players for sure, and obviously kind of highlighting it here to the absolute utmost, but it wouldn't be without the main man. Zai will make an appearance somewhere over, of course, still on Inferno, still looking good, still looking deadly with that push in towards Apps.
And surprisingly, the least impressive of the lot there. So Heroic did a very good job of keeping him quiet throughout. I say quiet, of course, you know, Zai was always going to get his, but he wasn't able to break them today, and it was a 3-0. I definitely didn't expect this whatsoever. I thought that it was going to be a back and forth affair. I thought we were going to have that chaotic Counter-Strike. We didn't get any of it. We didn't get the tussle. We didn't get the battle. It didn't feel like Vitality were able to break Heroic's will.
Yeah, and Nico understandably gets the vote, 48% of you agreeing. And I mean, I think he's probably looking at the stats. I know in the after the first two maps he had over 50.
61 he ended with.
Okay, so
69 for Stown overall.
Stown on 69, 61 for Nico. And that is a ridiculous haul. That is trying to do maths here. 130 frags between the two stars.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? You think about some of the games that we covered with Heroic getting into this point. We had the overtime affair with G2 in multiple different maps. And the first time they went around on Mirage, then the second time it was in Vertigo and Nuke back-to-back. And actually coming in today, Tessa's had the most kills in the entire tournament because of those extra rounds that they had played. They'd actually played over, well, almost 100 rounds more than Vitality coming into the grand final.
I'm just so happy to see this. I remember speaking to some of the Danish players back in the day, you know, some of the Australis boys, and kind of talking through, because their bogeyman was always the French teams. They found it very hard to deal with that kind of very chaotic style. And to see these guys find the answer, it feels like a long time around, because as a Danish Counter-Strike is beautiful to watch, so sculptured and stunning when you watch it really come together, and seeing French chaos kind of on the other side is just as beautiful at times. But to see the answer finally come through for at least one of the Danish teams is a great prospect.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the Danish Counter-Strike scene. Astralis, not even the #1 team yet. That's going to be a storyline I can't wait to see unravel. And this is the wayside they fell behind at the opening of the playoffs. NIP put them in the grave, and Vitality besting NIP puts us with that grand final, and a quick one at that, 3-0. It's over already. If you just tuned in hoping to catch the 4th map, well, I'm afraid to report, or happy to report, depending on which jersey I'm wearing on which day, we do see Heroic take it, and we have got new champions and that new logo in the trophy room.
Yeah, and look, it's wild. It's a wild time. I think we just started the show today talking about the crowd and the lack of that, and obviously Cadian sentiment right there. And one of the things I think which is going to be sticking going forward until we do return to LAN play in the back of my mind is, and it was Cadian sentiment there as well, this is where we're at, right? And the fact is those players, and most of the players out there who are playing top tier Counter-Strike right now, are still dedicating every single day, every single moment of their life to this. We've had the story earlier in the year with Blame and his boys of Complexity. Now we're getting another one with Heroic. And the thing is, sure, you're not getting the thrills of the crowd, right? You're not getting that moment. And the players want that more than anything. I guarantee that. But still winning, this will be remembered. This is a part of history. This is something that is still going to be written on down and remembered going forward. So as Counter-Strike continues for the end of 2020 and we find ourselves in this state, I want to see teams up in the ante even more. If you're in your comfort zone, you should be playing your best Counter-Strike, and I want to see the game continue to evolve because I love watching this, and when I see a team post up a game plan like that and play Counter-Strike like that and have 5 individuals on point like that, that's what it's all about.
Okay, yeah, I love that. Brilliant. Well, I don't think there's much more to be said, actually. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Stunner, the bodyguard of the Cathedral.
Thank you so much. Don't know that it's necessarily like a hard throw, or if you guys are supposed to be here with me.
Well,
Hey, man.
dude, I have no idea. You've basically got nothing to do. You're just a clown.
Got some gunners.
Just hanging out.
Yes.
I mean, what's your purpose, Trace? What's your purpose here? Why are you
with
here?
the Gunners, or like why am I on
Just
here?
in general,
well, let me
yeah.
tell you why I'm here. I'll just kind of get it all out of the way. Obviously, I've been in quarantine. I'm on day 12 of 14, which ultimately means that ESL Pro League will be starting in 2 days' time. I finally get to come into the studio and see what you guys are working with over there. It's been looking pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. I've had a lot of fun.
You can't wear that green top in here, mate. Let me tell you.
No, I heard you were a fan of green.
I can imagine. I would chroma key through the galaxies
The
over there.
floating head of Stunner appears just.
But you know, I'm going to go a little bit further here. You know, Cologne is an event I've been to on land for a few years now, and it's always been something very special. And it's more than just a vibe. It's more than just, you know, it brings everyone together. I mean, we talk about the cathedral of Counter-Strike, and this truly is an epicenter of Counter-Strike. If you look at it, it's a celebration every single time. And today is absolutely no different. So I just want to go ahead and give a shout out. I mean, I've been pretty much hammering away over here at the social medias. They've had me doing Instagram live stuff. I was with Pasha earlier. That was pretty cool. A little IG live chat session. But I've also been keeping an eye on the Twitch chat. Y'all know how that is. You got to keep a little bit of an eye forward and focused on those wildlings out there. But when I call them wildlings, I do mean it in all sense of the word, that there are some that have chosen to take a pledge, and that pledge being the AnyKey.org pledge. You've probably seen the badges in Twitch chat, but AnyKey.org is the place you need to go to take the pledge for good sportsmanship, for fair play, for encouraging others in online in the server, and ultimately just being a better person, which we can all strive to do. Isn't that right, Alex?
We're all trying, aren't we? Every day.
Give it a good
Trace,
go.
I'm sorry I called you a clown earlier. That was rude.
I didn't hear it anyway. It's fine. I wasn't paying attention to you.
Oh, that's okay. I usually talk behind your back anyway. Glad we got that one all wrapped up. Let's get rid of him for the first time. What a luxury. Salut.
Bye.
Imagine if I could just get rid of Stunner whenever I want.
You just need a button on the desk.
That would be great.
It's like an eject seat. Oh dear.
We've got a couple more bits of housekeeping. We have a DHL drop. I don't know if it's a winner. I don't know what exactly it is.
find out.
It's the
This is
moments that deliver, and that's actually going to be playing us out. So, Lauren, we may as well say our goodbyes. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to the guys at home. You've been incredibly welcoming to me coming back to Counter-Strike and getting the honor again of what makes Cologne special, which is the people around us, right? You two being incredibly welcoming as well. So thank you so much to you guys at home for being so supportive and making Cologne feel like Cologne even though we're not quite there.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lanxess empty this year. However, I think there's no doubt that the Counter-Strike still was on the pedestal it deserved. And whatever circumstances come in the following 6 months, in the following year, I look forward to sharing them with you and with these idiots here at the desk. That's enough from us. ESL 1 Cologne 2020 and its new champions, Heroic.
it's kind of like the first day back at school, you know, right? We've had our summer holidays. I've brought my
Got a tan, you've got the new outfit going on.
You know, I'm standing here, I'm looking at my notes, I'm looking at the runner's show.
Turn your
like
phones off.
Phones off.
Counter-Strike for the rest of the day. You don't need it. You don't need to be connected to it. And that person that you're waiting for a message from, it's probably not going to come. So put it aside.
Can I get a little closer? Is it weird? Or
I'm really embarrassed, so I'm actually going to let you...
Oh, he's here.
Hey,
hey, Jason.
Change de t-shirt que je me
Ah, mais oui, excuse-moi, Shox, excuse-moi. Hello. Salut, hello.
No, put your hand down.
I was sitting in the front row with Kev, the kangaroo.
Ja, Brudi, alter Mann, alles gut, alles klar, alles mega mit dir.
No, I don't hate happiness. I like good Counter-Strike, and I want consistency in my Counter-Strike, Lauren, just like life.
Say woo.
Oh no, it's all gone wrong for Frankie.
I'm gonna do it now. Come on, Vic, before the camera moves. Hey! Confetti comes down, the prizes get wheeled out, the DHL box comes. You win all the goodies.
Through you start to lose control. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just a dust, just a sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement. Then we go up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the side, fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement. But we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.